month, and a lot of them are really looking forward to. So yeah, there you go. What's on your list? Let me know what you guys are looking forward to. If there's anything I missed that you're keen on, let me know in the comments below. Otherwise, thanks as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See y'all next time.
Ooh, new innovative hardware will beat better graphics and next-gen consoles by the Jimquisition. Thank you, Jimquisition. I love Jimquisition. Here we go. I like this song. It's stupid, but I do. I love this song. Reminds me of, like, really bitchy David Bowie or something. It's hilarious. It's like... whoever that is really bitchy. You can hear it in their voice. They're, like, trying to get it across to you that they're like that. It's hilarious. I actually really like that. I sometimes have two... Oh, no, there we go. Oh, you're so annoying. Die, you. Die, Jackal. Die. It's like Velvet Revolver or something. Go, Jim.
I did that thing where I planned really badly, and so
Jim is fatter every time I see her.
Last night, and
said with love.
Things happened.
Yeah, but Jim is a wrestler, so
my everything hurts.
Yeah, your everything hurts. I bet it does.
So just shut up and watch this video.
That's a bad bruise.
Nintendo Switch 2, The Return of Jafar, is starting to peek its beady eyes over the horizon, and with a run of 7 years and counting, it's certainly a more round and justifiable upgrade to a console than Sony's obscenely overpriced and underwhelming PS5 Pro. In fact, recent news of the Switch 2 back in the habit's potentially imminent announcement following so soon after the unveiling of Sony's $700 farce of a machine got me thinking about a few things, specifically about what we're all looking for when it comes to upgraded hardware, especially in an era where the diminishing returns on graphical improvement have truly started to reach paltry levels. What can new consoles offer us if they can't deliver on better graphics? What should they be looking?
I need gameplay. I don't give a flying fuck about graphics, as you can see. As you can see. The only game I play that I think actually has like current graphics, I guess you could call this current. This is fairly current. It's only 3 years old and stuff. This game's current. But, you know, as you can see, even the EvE I have to turn down because I play 5 games at once or whatever, 3 to 5 games at once. So, you gotta kind of, like, keep it under wraps, you know, whatever. I guess. I mean, what are the chances I'll be left alone today? Probably 0. So, I guess I'll drink and I'll gamble in the station for today. And I'll let these people who boiled up out of the toilet fester. Let's crack a beer in the name of I'm better than you, bitch! Yeah! God, I feel like hot shit today! Here it is. Right? Here it is. Here's the sound of me being better than you, bitch. Colorado native. Voodoo Ranger, stomped 105 people in socially. Pretty fucking fun. Idiots who want to act like toilet monsters and stuff. And here's the sound of me being better than you, bitch. Oh, yeah. I will Voodoo Ranger your fucking ass. I guarantee it. God damn, I'm so much better than you. Light a big fat one up to the world and block the whole list.
We want from future console generations.
It was entertaining for like 10 minutes. Those people are such fuddy-duddies. Even being around them is like, ugh, fuddy-duddy people. Just, there's a whole siege of words here that I want to use. Fuddy-duddies, lollygaggers, or I don't know, like they're just sort of like they're fuddy-duddy people. I'm not having fun being around them, you know? They're not fun people. You can see it from the way they act and the way they talk. They're just sort of shitty people, all in all, you know? I'm so much better than them. I'm so much better than them.
Much about my reaction to the rumored hardware, and it was the moment that made everything I
I'm
think
so much
about
better
gaming
than them.
hardware clear as day.
I'm so much better than them.
You can apparently clip the Joy-Con controller.
I like comparing myself to them because I you know, comparison is the thief of joy, right? I like comparing myself to them because I do not find myself lacking. I find them lacking. I don't find myself wanting or anything like that. And so I'm trying to be the thief of their joy, you know? Get in line. You probably hate me like everybody else. Get in fucking line. Which game? Which game full of haters that hate me? Which game? Name one, you know? Is it Rust? Is it Tarkov? Is it EvE? Is it FFXI? Is it WoW? Is it WoW? I mean, I definitely have some people who hate me in WoW. I definitely do. I've got, like, you know, like, wait, okay, which game are we talking about here? I know you guys only play EvE, I think. But, you know, what game are we talking about here, right? Which game full of haters am I referencing? Which one am I supposed to fear? Which one am I supposed to care about? Which one? Was it ESO or Final Fantasy 14? Or I don't know. Got a lot of friends in I don't know. What else is on my fucking list? Like, name a game that's online and I've got some haters in it. I don't fucking care. I don't care, said Pierre. Fucking do not care. Join the club. Get in line. Don't care. Don't care.
Magnets.
Only reason I ever screamed at you is you harassed me out of nowhere, out of the dead blue. Is the only reason I've ever treated you bad. Is you've harassed me out of the goddamn dead blue like the worthless pieces of shit that you actually are.
Instead of having to slide them in awkwardly.
Yeah, it's Violent J, it's Shaggy. I like ICP. I don't listen to them, but I like ICP. Because they went to war with the FBI. And I really like them. Fuck the FBI and their stupid, worthless traitor asses. Just like Trump.
Yes, no more of that. Get in there, you don't fucking thing. And that's it. That's the thing that jumped out to me as the most pleasing bit of news. One of the most pleasing bits of news I've ever heard about any console ever. If Nintendo can improve upon the hardware's graphics, yeah, cool beans. But improving upon the parts of the hardware
I think Nintendo is, like, really probably pretty fucking sick of how much shit people talk about their hardware tech. And I bet this next time around, they either fail or they evolve, one or the other, right? And so I don't think all these Nintendo PlayStation people should have relentlessly mocked Nintendo like I did. I'm the gamer. I'm allowed to mock Nintendo, but I think everybody else thinks Nintendo is a joke, and they say it in public all the time. Nintendo is not a joke. If they step with actual gameplay, Splatoon is proof. Like, Splatoon is an excellent proof of this. Nintendo is not a joke, and you don't want them stepping. They've been, like, gracefully, like, kind of like you know, growing fat in their old age off their fucking console sales and stuff. They're not ones to be fucked with, and trust me, the Japanese don't fuck around. I think they probably consider it dishonorable how negative they are viewed in the press because of their hardware tech. I think that's fair from the gamers, but it's not fair from the media. And so, like, if Nintendo ever steps with an actual fucking piece of hardware that actually puts, like, you know, like, the console market in its paces and stuff, I think these fanboys are going to be a little bit upset. I think there's nothing really stopping Nintendo. There's nothing really stopping them short of money, and I don't think they have an issue with that, or they wouldn't be suing so many people, like, so wantonly, right? I don't think they have an issue with money. So, like, I have faith that Nintendo will step and slaughter these fools, and that's spoken from a gamer's sense of like, faith, because they always have. They pretty much have. They're still winning the console market, even though that piece of shit is like 1/10 of what it should be, or something like that, in terms of hardware. Even compared to, like, the PS5, and the PS5 is bad. It's bad compared to my PC. My PC is so much better than PS5. You know? Like, probably something like 10 times better. Maybe not 10 times, 3 times better. Definitely 3 times the amount of frame rate. Definitely. You know?
Is where it's at, and Lord knows when it comes.
Maybe not 3 times, twice the frame rate. It's like twice the frame rate. My computer's like twice the strength of a PS5. So what's stopping Nintendo from releasing essentially a PC? There's not, and this relentless, it's because the fanboys are pissed. They're pissed with the low quality and expensive nature of the Wii's, the Wii's hardware, but like, I don't really see what's stopping Nintendo from just stepping to the scene and slaughtering the whole scene. I've never really seen, like, I think they sort of let other people, I think they believe in fair competition. I think they let other people sort of exist when they release poor consoles like that, because they could just step and slaughter the children's market and force all the adults to just play kids games. They could do that. If they release like 200 fucking games that were Splatoon quality, they could easily take over the scene. There's nothing really stopping them, and they have the money to do that and the talent. So I don't really know what's stopping them, short of like they rest on their laurels, and they don't really want to fight Xbox, I don't think, because Microsoft makes the firmware and infrastructure that makes PlayStation possible. So I'm not so sure Sony wants to fight Microsoft, really. Or sorry, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure Nintendo wants to fight Microsoft at all, because or Sony, because both of their infrastructure comes directly from Microsoft, which is kind of insane. So I don't really see why Bill Gates can't sell a really good, cheap, portable PC to like Nintendo and let them call it their own. I don't really see why that isn't possible. I don't know why that isn't happening. The kids deserve a goddamn cell phone device that's superior than cell phones. The kids deserve a device like this that's everything. It's like a cell phone. It's like a homework tool. It's like a music player with a good speaker on it, so you can like play music for your fucking friends and bump that bass. The kids deserve a Nintendo device that can slaughter the cell phone market, and I see no reason why not. I really don't. And this goes out to Shigeru Miyamoto and all those guys in Nintendo who I really love. I've never seen you sacrifice your morals or principles before, and I don't see what's stopping you from stepping to the market and doing what should happen, which is releasing a Nintendo device that kicks the iPod and cell phone market's ass, and then everybody ends up with a Nintendo phone, because it's just superior. It plays like a PS5, but it's also a cell phone, and it connects to Verizon, and downloads movies, and it has a terabyte of SSD space and all this crazy shit. And I really don't see why Nintendo can't step to the market and do what PlayStation did for the console market, which is bring us Blu-ray, DVD, Netflix, internet connection, browser, right? I don't see why Nintendo can't step to the fucking cell phone scene and provide a Wii cell phone that slaughters every other cell phone on the motherfucking market. And I believe they could charge $800 for that, and I believe the parents would pay for it. I hear about $700 for the PS5 or whatever, and I'm like, no, but a Nintendo device, the parents will pay it. And the parents know that they're getting a kid-safe product. And honestly, I don't see why Nintendo can't dominate the fucking cell phone market. I see no reason why not. They basically are. The Wii is superior to a cell phone when it comes to gaming. So why can't the Wii be superior to being a cell phone as well? And so when people see that there's something on the market rivals an iPhone, but it also plays like only Nintendo games, it doesn't play, well, it plays like PC games and stuff if they want to on an emulator and stuff, like a Linux emulator, like a Steam Deck. But I mean, I don't see why Nintendo can't fucking take over that market. And I think they've all got friends that they don't want to murder in those markets, but I think it is necessary. I think the Nintendo should dominate Android and iPhone. I think Nintendo should dominate Android and iPhone. I don't like Android or iPhone. I think they're knockoff shitty fucking developers that don't make good tech and fuck people out of their money and stuff. I don't see why Nintendo can't make a fucking like a 7-year-old, like a cell phone designed to last like 7 years that runs everything fucking modern and current at 120 frames per second right in your pocket or on your television, and have it be the end-all be-all cell phone solution for parents who need to both buy a Nintendo handheld device for their 8-year-old, as well as a cell phone to talk to for them to call them and tell them that they're ready to pick them up from soccer and shit like that. And I don't see why Nintendo can't take that market and kick ass. And so this relentless, I think Nintendo, honestly, of the three or four, if you want to call it like four, I think there's like four big names in the market. There's like PC, Nintendo, PlayStation, and Microsoft and PC are the same thing, and Microsoft is all four of these things, really. Microsoft runs all four of these things, and there's all kind of cross things. Like, I consider the cell phone Android tech being essentially computers as well. So it's, I mean, Microsoft is kind of all of the market, sort of, in a way, but the handheld device, it is not dominated, and it needs to be, like, and it's sad that it's the Steam Deck right now, because if Nintendo were to step, and this is me urging Shigeru Miyamoto to do this, because it's entirely within his dream and his grandchildren's dreams to do this. They want a Nintendo cell phone that rivals anything on the motherfucking market. I guarantee that's what Shigeru Miyamoto's grandkids asked for. I guarantee it. They're like, please, Grandpa, we need a Nintendo cell phone. And he's like, yeah, in a few years, but they probably never get around to it, right? But they should. Nintendo should step to the fucking cell phone market and take it out, motherfucker. Take it out. I don't see why I don't have an end-all, be-all, catch-all device in my pocket that sort of looks like this, but is also a cell phone. And, I mean, where is my fucking cell phone? Where's my cell phone? It should look like this. It should have a ring so that you don't drop it and stuff on the back, so you don't drop your expensive handheld device and stuff. And it should have like a, you know, it should have like fancy stuff, and it should play, and it should fold out into a phone, but then you can talk on it and stuff. It should be like that. And I don't know why Nintendo doesn't slaughter the cell phone market. That's my thing. And so talk shit about Nintendo at your own fucking risk. They've never made poor decisions. They've never been a poor company. They've never really made mistakes, and they don't, now what is this now? What are we spamming me about? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, we have a day for they're going to repair my chair on October 5th. So, oops, and I forgot to fish, but yeah. Yeah, and so talk shit about Nintendo at your own peril. Nintendo did not fall to the wayside like Xbox did. Nintendo, you might think that they did on the tech variant on their crappy console game that kept kids happy for like 15 years, like the Wii. But honestly, that is not what Nintendo is super known for, really. They're known for making really super high quality games. And they've done so. They've not failed the kids. They can't give the kids Resident Evil, so they're limited. You know, they're a bit limited on what they can do. They've got to do Raving Rabbids and stuff like that. But they did Raving Rabbids, and they did so very well. You know, and so talk shit about Nintendo at your own peril. I'll rag on the Wii and be like, that piece of shit console sucks dick, and its hardware is worthless. And how dare you fuck the kids with that worthless console? I'll talk out of both sides of my mouth. But and I think that's what I said last time I talked about this. But when I think of Nintendo, I think of somebody who hasn't ever failed. You understand? They've never really created a product. I mean, I guess you could call the Wii's hardware infrastructure, you could call it weak even the day it was released. But I think it served its purpose, and I would say probably Shigeru would probably say the same. It served its purpose and made a generation of kids entirely happy. And I don't think they failed. I don't think you could say they failed. Xbox and Sony have failed. PlayStation 5 has failed. Xbox failed. Like these other companies that are so wantonly ready to like talk shit about Nintendo, like it's not even there, or like it's a joke or something like that. No, Nintendo did not fail the kids. You're guilty of that. Nintendo did not fail the kids. I would not say. Nope. Nintendo has Among Us and Skyrim and Fallout and all these other games on the motherfucking Wii.
That's 70,000 people with only 4 servers they can choose.
Yep, and it doesn't cost them any money either.
At B1-1M says, IU Invasion enjoyers. The beacons are lit. Brightwood calls for aid. Sign up now for the 8 PM Invasion and Giga Gold tokens in Dark Matter. 3-5K raffle on the dub. Comms, bleep. Joe Miskley says, can console players make a char here? Demon Bot Slayer says, it will only last if the NW clowns keep good or better end content. Judy Blackmore says, I'm hoping that all the servers go back up. I want to be that cool chick that helps new player XD. Probably Fader says, with the server sharding I think the QS won't be that big of a deal for getting into a server. The deputy says, won't happen. Probably Fader says, they will make more. Obian says, well guess I'll just start over again. Demon Bot Slayer says, we are the Forgotten Sons. Probably Fader says, and now you can transfer characters from character select screen. Probably Fader says, so that's pretty huge. S010F0DYN says, is heavy armor with fire staff and ice gauntlet stupid? I kinda like the idea of being a heavy armor mage lol. S010F0DYN says, nice, think I'm gonna try that out for a while. Medius McVie says, it's not full drop PvP. You lose the special items from the area, not all your gear. S010F0DYN says, so let's start zone from Division then. Add V1-1M says, IU Invasion Enjoyers. The beacons are lit. Brightwood calls for aid. Sign up now for the 8 PM Invasion and get your gold tokens in Dark Matter. 35k raffle on the dub. Comms, bleep.
All the Rust Trolls did is make me fucking stronger. I hate it too. I don't respect anything they were or did. All the Rust Trolls did is make me fucking stronger. That's the only thing they managed to do, and it sickens me. Fucking sickens me. Pieces of shit. All they did was make me stronger. It's fucking annoying. Now it doesn't matter what game I play, you know? It doesn't matter. I'm immune to it. I got basically like cauterized in flame, and now I'm so like scabbed over. I'm immune to like physical damage or whatever the fuck. It's kind of insane. Like, you know, you guys aren't shit compared to Rust Trolls. You'll never be. You know, my Rust Troll would eat you alive. Go harass these assholes. They deserve it.
S010F0DYN says, so let's start zone from Division then. Add V1-1M says, IU Invasion Enjoyers. The beacons are lit. Brightwood calls for aid. Sign up now for the 8 PM Invasion and get your gold tokens in Dark Matter. 35k raffle on the dub. Comms, bleep.
Their name is Safety. They're the worst community in EvE.
The Switch has it down pat. The Switch is quite possibly the best console ever made,
It is.
especially if directly compared to home.
Because that's what they did. They essentially, the only thing that the Switch doesn't do is and I think it even can. I think it can run as a cell phone because I believe it has Facebook. The Switch have Facebook Messenger. I'm fairly sure it does, and in all those apps like WhatsApp and all that, right? I'm fairly sure it does. So like, and it has a microphone. So like, I don't really see how the Nintendo Switch isn't basically like dominating the cell phone market right now. I don't know. I think the only reason is how expensive it is and probably how shitty it would operate as a cell phone. But if they were to fix that, if they were to make the Nintendo a cell phone that justifies to the parents to spend $800 on the greatest gaming console ever made mixed with the greatest cell phone ever made for the kids, and every kid in the world will want one, and that's how Nintendo will step to the market and slaughter Sony and Xbox. You have to be careful. That stuff is, they're like poised to do that sort of stuff. You have to be very careful about mocking them, or they might just decide that you're not worth destroying anymore, or you're not worth preserving anymore. I feel that way about Nintendo. I feel like they could easily wipe out Sony and Xbox, and nobody wants to admit this, but I feel like Nintendo could, with the right move, pretty much take out Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox. I'm sorry, not Nintendo, but PlayStation, Xbox, and not PC, but PlayStation and Xbox. Nintendo can definitely kill PlayStation and Xbox, and I don't know why I think the only reason they don't is they're respectful, and they know that all of their tech infrastructure comes from Microsoft, so they don't really want to destroy Microsoft in the console market, and they know that competition is a good thing, drives them to be better, so. But I mean, like the more negative that the people are towards Nintendo when all they've done is serve the kids, the more likely I think it is that Nintendo just steps to the market and kills Sony and kills fucking Microsoft. I don't think really, at least on the console level, I don't really see why they can't, why they can't, and why they don't. Like that I don't think the Steam Deck is very good. I don't think the Steam Deck's very good. I didn't buy it. And then, not because I didn't buy it, but because I don't think it's very good. I want to see something better. I want like a six-axis crazy thing that connects to the television perfectly and runs like 4K and at least 60 FPS, like almost always, like intrinsically. And it might be 5 or 10 more years before we see something like that. But still, like, I really feel that Nintendo could do that, and I don't really see why they don't. And you could and here's my advice to Shigeru, and I hope they translate it to him sometime or something like that, is why can't you dominate the entire cell phone market, and you should provide cell phones to kids. A parent should be able to know that they don't have to deal with Verizon to get their kid hooked up with a cell phone. They can just pay $30 to connect to Nintendo, connect the Game Boy to the fucking cell phone network, and Nintendo makes it easy for them to do so. And in this sort of thing, and I think the Nintendo likes the cell phone market and probably doesn't want to kill it, or they would have by now. But I don't really see why they can't. I think they're kind of poised to do that. We don't know what's in their plans, and we know that they have a lot of money because they dominated the portable market. So let's see. Grandmaster says we'll see. I think that's probably what Shigeru would say too. And I don't know this man. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that I'm just going to put words in his mouth, I guess, and say that, that probably Shigeru would say the same thing. We'll see. We'll see. Right? And he probably doesn't want the world to know what he's planning.
This is someone who,
because remember, Nintendo released Switch in the 2015. They did Nintendo released the first Wii in 2005, I think, and then they did, or somewhere around there, and then they did the Switch 10 years later in 2015, and we're due for another Nintendo console. But the problem is, Nintendo isn't stupid. They know the kids themselves are telling Nintendo in the focus groups that they want a cell phone Game Boy. They don't ever want to sit in front of a PlayStation, in front of a PC at a cubicle. They want to lay back on their fucking bed and play Game Boy on their cell phone device, and that's what they all do right now anyways. They all play Minecraft on their fucking cell phone, I guarantee it. Or any game that's got depth on the fucking cell phone. That's what's, or any Nintendo game that's got depth, like Splatoon or whatever. I had a friend, she was so much younger, she was playing Splatoon in between her Rust raids. and I saw how much joy that the Splatoon brought her, and I know now, you know, having been around a Nintendo gamer for as long as I was like that for like 2 years, how much joy Splatoon brought my friend Lucky. And so I think it's time for Nintendo to step to the market and slaughter the cell phone assholes who've been selling us bad Androids that can't even barely run Minecraft or whatever. That's not right. Our computation has you know, evolved. So why should the kids have bad games? You know, why should the kids have bad graphics or any of that stuff? Why should the kids have bad graphics with the Wii or the Switch? I don't know. I know that.
2024.
You know.
Dude, why are you still talking about it?
Yeah, 5 weeks from now. Why are you still talking about it? Oh, I don't know. The election or anything. There's not like an election or anything.
Who is regularly accused by strange people online of having a seething...
This guy really wants us to talk about Trump. I don't want to. The last 2 guilds that I joined, they're like, let's talk about our personal Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, and all this stuff. And I was like, I mean, aren't you guys Christian? You understand that you kind of are committing sacrilege when you say stuff like that? It's sort of insane, you know? It's weird. Donald Trump is not your personal Lord and Savior.
bias against Nintendo,
That's
so you know what...
Jesus. You put that much faith in the government, do you?
What I'm saying is 100% incontrovertibly accurate.
Yep.
It's a fantastic machine, though. It really is. The
Mock
gimmick of
Nintendo
being
at your
home
own
and handheld.
peril. You know, underestimate how smart these kids are at your own fucking peril. The kids are smart. They're smarter than us. They came up on Nintendo and fucking, I'm sorry, not Nintendo, but Google and fucking, you know, and cell phones and all this stuff. And the kids are not dumb. They are not dumb. And when they come of age, they're gonna come with a piece of hardware tech that's gonna be fucking amazing. And honestly, I don't see why that can't be Nintendo, and why Nintendo can't live forever. You know, I don't know. Oops. So, okay, yeah, now I killed the boss, which is good. Now I just need 1 or 2 more of these stupid things. Oh, no, I've not done this one. The Purity. Yeah, I remember this one now. So
Politics in Gen Chat. Demon Bot Slayer says, you too deep. L3TSGO Brendan says, cause it triggers the most people. Obian says, they want to start arguments usually. Dolan says, to hopefully annoy the cupcakes and un-Americans.
Un-American. Oh my god.
Demon Bot Slayer says,
fucking un-American. Yeah, you lost your imp there.
Console is something I've gotten so much utility out of, so much more than, say, the PS5's heavily marketed ray tracing that I've turned off with every PS5 game that allows it, so said game actually runs at a rate that isn't unpleasant.
Ray tracing is the theft of frames.
It's got one of the best library of games a system has ever had, even if the eShop is...
Yeah, I would say it pretty much has. It has the most extensive, like, library that I can think of. It's got all the old games and everything, and it's got all the modern games too. It's right up there with the PlayStation 4 for being like the best console of all time. I don't know why Nintendo can't be the best. TAH.
saturated with shovelware. I've literally just torn myself away from the new Zelda game, that Echoes of Wisdom one, to record this, and all I can think about while I'm talking is summoning an army of Octoroks and saying we've got reserves like Longshank.
Yep, see, some people really love Nintendo games, see it?
In Braveheart every time one of them dies.
Pardon, sire. Won't we hit our own troops?
Yes,
Yes.
but we'll hit theirs as well.
We're in it there
We
as
have
well.
reserves.
Faster,
We have
Octo
reserves.
Pussycat. Kill. Kill. The Joy-Cons being two little guys has allowed me to really slouch like a grade A piece of slovenly shit. The motion controls are pretty decent when one has to use them, and most importantly of all, you can get controllers with a bizarre sort of neon lemon colour. Now that's innovation. At the time of writing this sentence, I don't know any of the, or indeed saying it, I don't know any of the projected specs of the Switch 2 as it relates to graphics, GPU, all that shit under the hood. I don't know if those are out, I don't care. I have, in fact, made a concerted point to not look those up right now because it doesn't matter to me. At least not to the degree that it would influence my purchasing decisions as far more pressing concerns, like bizarre sort of neon lemon colours. Nintendo, of course, hasn't been at the forefront of in-game visual standards for, well, decades at this point. This trend was definitively kicked off with the Wii, a console that lagged far behind its contemporaries when the Xbox 360 and PS3 came out. With barely above Dreamcast level visuals, it was often mocked by the gamers TM for being, in their words, two PS2s duct taped together.
Yep.
The Wii had a genuinely innovative interface and a library of inventive and compelling
And everybody loved it. Everybody loved the Wii, like it was like they're like, you know, their cousin.
to back it up. Even if said library was saturated with shovelware, it was a success. Not just a success, in fact, but a goddamn global phenomenon. A mainstream adopted sales behemoth and something that embedded itself in the culture outside of video games. If you weren't there, I can't really do justice to how fucking everywhere the Wii was. For all their visual spectacle, the Xbox and PlayStation platforms were left in the dust, so much so that they would desperately try to weight the two PS2s duct taped together with the Kinect and PlayStation Move devices, the combined success and longevity of which were... Mate, my stock's dropped, but I'm doing better than them. It turned out most audiences didn't really give a flying fuck about raw horsepower, they just wanted fun, interesting games to play, and to feel like they were bowling, but without lifting a ball. The Wii U was decidedly less successful than the Wii and is historically considered a flop, but I certainly wouldn't blame that on the fact that the Wii U's graphics still hadn't caught up. Confusing messaging around its name and marketing was a big factor, plus not every hardware innovation is going to succeed, and maybe a chunky iPad for a controller was simply not what people wanted. I know I liked it. I really loved the Wii U. I think what happened to it is a shame. I think what happened to the Miiverse while it was still around though was fucking brilliant. We owned that Rabbids channel with Willem Dafoe memes for months. Rest in peace Dafoeverse. And then we have
Willem
the
Dafoe
Switch,
can
which
taste
is
your
the cultural
breakfast.
second coming of the
Oh
Wii.
my
Not
God.
really, but it's fucking successful, having lasted 7 years without faltering and still getting game releases that routinely become bestsellers. That Tears of the Kingdom game people love so fucking much was just last year. Its longevity is such that I still don't feel a successor is even all that necessary, but then again, I can't say no to Joy-Cons that snap into the side like we live in a rational and reasonable world. So sign me up. Nintendo has always tried to push a meaningful physical change with its hardware, not simply improve what's inside them along a linear track. From the weirdo controllers of the N64 and GameCube to the
that
unique
fucking terrible controller
nature of the DS, the company excels at something Microsoft and Sony have never been able to master, knowing that when it comes to consoles, beauty is not all about what's on the inside. Do you know what I think has been the most meaningful and important innovation in games consoles of the last 10 years? the share button. In an age dominated by social media, a little button that clips your gameplay and lets you put it on Twitter or wherever is genuinely one of the cleverest, most relevant things that's ever been done to a console, and I'll give Sony its flowers on doing that with the PS4 all day long.
Yep.
Gamers can be a vain lot, and being particularly proud of a good performance in any game is understandable. Lord knows I've clipped plenty of times when I've looked half competent. Maybe you absolutely dominated Father Gascoigne in Bloodborne, or did good stuff in whatever it is people in Call of Duty do that's good these days.
Steph, hi, this is Zilla. I know you're busy at Effie's Big Game Brunch right now, but I was doing a video search for good things people are proud of doing in Call of Duty, and all I got back was war crimes and someone offering to impregnate my mother. Now, the good news is she's got a date for next Friday, but the bad news is I got nothing here I can use. So, what do you want to do about this?
I don't know, fuck Activision, bunch of abusive cunts. Having a button to save those moments you wish somebody had been around to see is honestly just brilliant. It's genuinely useful, actively functional, and it's more meaningful, more culturally salient than having better graphics at the expense of a good frame rate. Plus, as a game reviewer who constantly needs screenshots, I appreciate having a button for that to a degree y'all will never understand. Now, as far as the PS5 goes, with all its compromised visuals, only one thing stands out to me as a genuinely brilliant element: the DualSense controller. Sadly, barely any games have made proper use of it since the PS5 launched, but for those that do, it's a genuine marvel. The recently released Astrobot is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best games ever made, and a big part of that is due to how it uses a controller with haptic feedback to such a degree, you can call it a game that has actual, tangible texture. The PS5's controller doesn't just vibrate with an ordinary rumble feature, it varies the frequency, the intensity, and the positioning of the rumble to create genuinely different feelings. Astrobot, using both the vibrations and built-in speaker together, can make you feel the difference between walking on grass, on tiles, on glass, on metal. It's basically impossible to convey through a video, but feeling the very texture of a game change in your hand, well, that's something my autistic little graspers simply cannot get sick of. Astrobot and its predecessor, Astru's Playroom, aka the best tech demo in history, are more than just games. They're outright stim toys. Not bad for a company that once said Rumble is a last-gen feature. God, Sony really were an arrogant bunch of pricks in the PS3 generation. Their smugness matched only by how fucking wrong they were. I've not been shy in expressing my cynicism towards Bloober Team's remake of Silent Hill 2, predominantly because it's bloody Bloober Team. I can't tell you how much my interest shot up, though, after the recent State of Play trailer that detailed how Silent Hill 2 would be using the DualSense's features to enhance the atmosphere. That, very genuinely, was the first bit of real excitement I felt about the remake. Similarly, Sonic X Shadow Generations
Wish I had a haptic controller.
is also going to make use of haptic feedback, and it's enhanced my interest there as well, certainly influencing which version of the game I want to get. That more developers are making
I always
use of
forget
the
this, if you don't
DualSense
kill the
now is
guards,
something
they
I'm
kill
really
you.
thrilled about. It's a true hardware innovation that makes games feel better to play. And I'll take a game that feels better over one that looks better any day. It is, after all, why I always favour a PS5 game's performance mode over its quality mode.
Top to bottom, up and over and flick. Top to bottom.
Oh no, I fucked up. Oh.
Medius McBee says, Illusion Wild. Central East area.
Top to bottom,
Ah!
up and over
Ah!
and flick. Top to bottom.
If news about the Switch 2 is genuine, then we're getting a bigger screen while retaining the machine's thin and lightweight frame, and Joy-Cons held in place by magnets, and I'm delighted by the idea. No, it doesn't sound like it's going to be as dramatic an evolution as Nintendo's usual hardware jumps, but the fact that there is a focus on improving the physical hardware as you feel it in your hands is promising as all fuck, and it's the thing I'm interested in. The Switch is a fucking great machine, and not because of its graphics. So yes, having a better version of that machine, I'm all for Nintendo not throwing the baby out with the bathwater this time. Much of the sentiment I'm expressing here is part of a consistent attitude I've had throughout my work. that the industry has placed far too much of a premium on graphics to the point of unsustainable development costs, desperately stone-squeezing hardware upgrades, and returns that are diminishing their way down the toilet. As I've said for years, some of the biggest games of all time have been so visually far behind that a snob would say they look like shit. Minecraft, Terraria, Among Us, Vampire Survivors, even heavy hitters like Call of Duty or Valve's games have historically run on older engines, and they've not been at the forefront of graphical splendor. We're talking the biggest games, the ones most capable of the cultural penetration that game executives have spunky dreams about. And art direction is always more important than simply how impressive everything looks, which is why The Wind Waker is still one of the best looking games of all time, why Viva Pinata was the best looking game of its generation, and I will fight you on that shit. Anyone who says otherwise is a T-1000 in disguise. They've already killed your mum. Don't listen to them. It's why a controller that tells the difference between grass and pavement is far, far more important than how detailed Joel's eyes are, or how much hair can flop around on someone's head in a game that looks visually spectacular but artistically derivative. A game full of details that the average gamer isn't gonna really fucking notice. Going back to The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, that new one that came out, I have routinely stopped while playing it to think, wow, this looks
Ghost
fucking
Recon
lovely.
Breakpoint.
And it's not because of ray tracing, it's because it's colourful and bright and adorable. It is well designed visually, it is artistically, stylistically.
Where did he go? Oh,
gorgeous.
God.
You can only improve graphics so much until you hit the ceiling. Physical hardware innovation can lead to infinite possibilities. It can create all new ways to play games, all new ways to experience game worlds, and, well, there's no real ceiling on having new and intriguing ideas, not in the same way there is on strictly linear tech specs. I'll tell you this much. Ain't no Switch 2 gonna cost $700, and it'll be far more interesting than merely offering almost imperceptibly better looking games. No, the Switch 2's gonna have magnets.
Also, did you see my little ass? Oh, no. You did that. I can't stay with you. I'm sorry. Thank God for me.
Oh, oops. James Stephanie Sterling. Yep, art direction is not the same as graphical fidelity. Yep. Uh-oh. Let's do Tom Dark.
Tragedy has its hero. And the hero of today's story, at least in the beginning, was definitely Boblax, also known as Sonic Josh, also known as Pounding Boblax. As the creator of Twitter Versus, a series where he would simply compile all of the tweets and relevant videos about a situation and document it, he managed to rack up over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube from simply reading other people's tweets. But recently, a number of controversies have really brought his reputation crumbling down, to the point where many feel like he is destined to reside in the annals of commentary channel crashouts among the likes of Creepshow Art, or Tipster, or John Swan. But is Boblax really that bad? And could his reputation potentially be saved? These are the questions I aim to answer today. The story of Boblax begins, as many do, with autism. Josh started his journey in life as a young, autistic man from Canada who loved Sonic. Stop laughing at Sonic! And as you can probably guess, his disorder made him have a harder time socializing in real life than other people. But not all was lost, because from the comfort of his own bedroom, he could access a brand new world on the internet.
Millions of Americans own a personal computer. If you're one of them, you can now glimpse the future with nothing more than a modem, a phone line, and a few dollars a month.
He quickly found himself in a community of like-minded people who were longing for some sense of connection, some sense of camaraderie, as we all do. And not only that, he wanted to make a name for himself online. Luckily for him, in the early 2010s, YouTube was becoming an increasingly viable method of making money from your special interests. So he got his feet wet with gaming content.
Hello, all my little dwarf Bowblaxes of my little Bowblax kingdom. It is me,
Mrs. Ellis says,
Emperor
"Snap painting the Wolver's
Bowblax, and
lovely."
we're here for a new Let's Play. We're doing the GameCube celebration.
Looking back at his stuff from around 2011 and 2012, it's actually pretty adorable how innocent the guy was.
Hello, it's Bowblax here, unscripted, unedited, face cam, first ever vlog. Yes. Okay, whatever. Anyways,
he was just another fish in the sea of people trying to share their interests with the world and have their voices heard. Josh spent the next 5 years publishing literally thousands of videos to the platform. From Let's Plays of Mario and Pikmin and Zelda to podcasts with his friends, he always seemed to be on the grind to put something out. And he did have a few videos get some major traction.
So recently I've been having some issues with the left Joy-Con where it just doesn't connect to the console no matter how I put it in and out or press any of the buttons in any
You gotta blow on it. You gotta blow on it. Hold on, let me unzip.
order. It just doesn't connect. And recently, on my own, I found a way to fix this. There was another way to fix this online.
Fucking Joy-Cons.
That involved going into the system settings and disconnecting the controllers manually, turning off the console fully, and then reconnecting the controllers while the console was off.
But these videos that did pop off, so to speak, were outliers for a number of reasons. Statistically speaking,
good job, Nintendo. Good job. This is how you fucked kids. Oh god.
It's not that good to be public.
And there, out of the other side of my mouth, here I am talking shit about Nintendo and their bad hardware. Look at how quickly the worm turned. Inside of an hour, I was like back on the offensive against Nintendo. I was like, oh, this is what you do to kids? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. This is what you did to kids, Nintendo. You fucked them on that Joy-Con. Oh no. But I mean, every fucking console maker in history kind of fucked us. It's par for the course. I don't think the PlayStation 4 ever failed me, but the sticks got kind of weak very quickly. Because you would drop the controller and it would just total the stick pretty much immediately.
Over the course of 5 years, only to have a small handful of them reach any more than 50,000 views. And on top of that, the videos that he had that did become popular.
Retard Station? Oh my god, he's like engaged in the fucking console wars like full time. Oh my god, and he's like coming to Nintendo where it's great.
Were also outliers from his usual content.
Oh my god, Retard Station. Oh.
Popped off were mostly tutorial videos only viewed by people who needed a quick fix for a problem. How to get your Joy-Cons to work properly, how to get your Funko Pop to properly fit
I wondered who did this kind of crap, who started this crap, because then it was like billions of videos after that. There was like billions of worthless videos that don't tell you anything at all. And I wondered who started that revolution. And it's this guy.
This is the kind of content that popped off on his channel. These are videos that are completely devoid of any personality that anyone can latch onto, and they weren't going to pull in viewers to stay.
Hey, when you latch on to me, you're latching on to anger, I guess. I just owned 105 people like it was nothing. Blocked the whole fucking worthless lot of them. I guess you sign up for anger when you watch me, I guess. It's not my goal. But I mean, in these non-consensual PvP communities, I don't do so well with not being angry. I don't know. So, I don't know.
In playthroughs.
I guess anger is what you're signing up for. I mean, most people leave. I don't blame them. You know?
A few other little videos that...
I'm not trying to be toxic to them. They were toxic to me first. If they had just kept my name out of their mouth and left me alone and not targeted me, this never would have happened. They're the problem.
Got more than 1 million views. Unfortunately for him, these videos weren't his. Instead, they were
they were not his. Like full blown, like just like they're not his. Oh my god.
People's content that had been deleted or were hard to find.
Oh god. So I'm terribly sorry. I have to pee so bad. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna shut my door now too. It's cold. Block the entire list. I blocked the entire list. I don't care. I don't care what you say about one particular game. I don't care.
The unfortunate truth was that after
it was fun to block the entire list. I was like, I can't believe they're doing this again. And I was like, I know what this is. When he sent the invite, I was like, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to be able to block the entire list, and it's going to be hilarious content. And it was. I should have pulled the list out and done it live right in the middle of the screen, but I wasn't trying to troll them or piss them off or get any more targeted than I already have. I was very pleasant when I left, and I said, block the entire list. Thank you so much. Made it so easy. Really, thank you. Thank you is what I said. I said, really, really, thank you so much. And I blocked the entire list. See, if I was a pussy, maybe they'd have more play. But the world has beat on me for so long. I'm not afraid of any of these fucking nerds on the internet. It's just not me. I'm sorry. I don't care about that. I don't care who they target or what. I've got nothing to hide. There's nothing wrong with me. They're the ones targeting. They're the problem.
5 years, Josh had failed to make his personality connect with the outside world. He was just another.
Hopefully they get the message when I blocked all 105 of them. Hopefully they got the message that I don't ever want to speak to them, but I'm guessing that they're too dumb to understand. We'll see.
The bucket. But maybe that wasn't so bad. After all, archive sites like Wayback Machine are an invaluable resource for consumers and content creators alike.
A valuable resource. Oh yeah, the Wayback Machine? Yeah.
Preservation of media and information is extremely important, and tutorials are also useful. With this philosophy in mind, he'd enter a new era of his career as the drama archive. In 2016, the idea of YouTube drama being a career path was still relatively new. Legacy creators like Jax Films, Markiplier, and even PewDiePie at the time having a very hard time adjusting to the fact
that fucking asshole who stalked Stream Sniper, or sorry, not Stream Sniper, but Sexy Sniper Wolf, Sexy Sniper Wolf, that asshole who stalked Sniper Wolf. Fucking worthless attack artist.
That YouTube had gotten so big, you could make it.
Loser, trying to build your entire career. I saw all those. I personally went to them. I saw the websites that he built. He was such a stalker. He was stalking her full time for like 10 years or something. He was like a fucking professional stalker. Fuck that fucking asshole. And I don't like Sniper Wolf. I mean, I like Sniper Wolf, but I don't care. I think I would probably like wave at her in public or something. I don't know her. So whatever, like, you know, but I will say that Jax Films is a fucking asshole. After seeing the websites that he built stalking her, I was like, oh, is that what's socially acceptable in your scene now? Build websites to stalk people, essentially? He thought the entire internet was just gonna fucking like get behind him and be like, fuck Sniper Wolf and all this. But no, we could see it for what it was. It was a dude who had been stalking her for 10 fucking years, who built websites based around stalking her and posting all of her videos and trying to ratio her and all this. And no, you're still a worthless piece of shit stalker. It doesn't matter how successful you were. You're still a fucking worthless piece of shit stalker. It doesn't change anything. Oh, 5 silver. But I have to be level 10. Fucking lame. Oh well. I'm gonna go cook now.
About what other YouTubers were doing. Josh Boblax
about what other
was
YouTubers
very
are doing.
Thinking, and he began archiving events from the commentary community. He moved from the original Boblax channel to his side channel,
I guess I'll go
Boblax
to the
2,
end.
which would now become a useful hub for all of the ongoing drama. He compiled tweets, Twitter videos, video responses, blog posts, any single instance where any notable creator would weigh in on an ongoing situation. He slapped some music on it with no original commentary of his own, and would post that fully monetized to YouTube. Now, I think a lot of you are probably questioning the legality of doing something like this. As a rule, archive channels exist in a sort of gray area of copyright. At a larger scale, on one hand, there are times when our government has realized how important it is to preserve media for future generations and will protect the rights of archivists and media preservationists. But on the other hand, rights holders who want to indefinitely make money from their old works or hide their old stuff from public scrutiny have spent decades trying to push back on that. And this is kind of reflected on YouTube as a whole, because it's a site that launched as the internet was just finding its feet with monetization. information. Legally, you as a YouTuber may be within your right to take down whatever piece of archived content you want. But generally, as a community standard, copyright claiming content that is a simple re-upload is seen as a big no-no, even if the claimant is within their legal right. So with this culture in mind, Boblax was effectively able to function as an archive channel with no personal commentary or personality, and he went about doing this pretty uninterrupted for well over a year. That is, until
they just build a career based off somebody else rather than doing anything on their own. Like me. I would say my career is about half bullshit. Here's the half bullshit part of it. See it? Half of my career is this bullshit. One third of my career is react content to trashy stuff on YouTube. 1/3 of my career is playing MMORPGs badly, and then the last third of the career is singing and music and production. And so, I don't know. I don't think I could ever target someone and try to make a career out of making fun of them. That's just not in my soul.
November of 2018, Boblax uploaded a video documenting a Twitter beef between Keemstar and Pokimane.
Fucking Keemstar and Pokimane? Why did he call her a B-word?
This was no different than the typical videos he did. He simply compiled a bunch of tweets and videos, added some music to it, and uploaded it to YouTube.
And they're like, what? There's no beef? We haven't even talked to each other in 4 years. What? Right? Yeah, probably.
But his videos prior to this rarely cracked more than 5,000 to 10,000 views.
But this one, he clickbaited and actually successfully fucking clickbaited the entire net and the entire fucking net.
Got more than 600,000 in a...
You're manipulative. You're manipulative and deceptive. I don't like you. You're a blue meanie. You're a blue meanie like the FBI. Fuck you.
A very short period of time, meaning a lot of people noticed it, including Pokimane. Pokimane herself would swiftly file a copyright takedown. Keep in mind there were plenty of other videos on YouTube from this same time period that included the same exact clips of Pokimane on YouTube, and less than 10% of Boblax's actual video even included anything from Pokimane. Which begs the question, why in the hell did Poki want this specific video from Boblax himself to go down? This is a question that was asked at the very top of the YouTube ladder.
Pokimane. She striked this video called Keemstar vs. Pokimane Twitter fight, bullying Sniper Wolf fanboy. Now, I know about this video because...
They're all these, like, fucking stalker idiots. They're all stalker idiots, and they have a crew of stalkers that sits around on Discord and target streamers. I mean, look at these douchebags. Particularly why? It looks like you're probably fine to slay some ladies' hearts or whatever. Just go on YouTube and make your own stuff. Don't attack other people. You know? You look like you would do just fine. You look like PewDiePie to me. Is that PewDiePie?
It was basically a Twitter feud between Keemstar and Pokimane. They uploaded videos to each other. I don't know, because Keemstar is illiterate, and for some reason Pokimane decided, yeah, I'll make a video as well.
It seemed like, for whatever reason, Poki just wanted this drama to go away. And her method of enacting her will was to use the copyright system to silence the biggest video documentation of this entire Twitter beef. So she got a ton of pushback from a lot of people, myself included. This quickly became one of the main reasons to hate Pokimane back in the day, and rightfully so. And when she was backed into a corner, she eventually had to apologize for what she had done. But even after her initial apology, this was a big point of criticism against her, propagated by channels like Leafy.
People have made videos about her, and she's copyright strike them. The list goes on and on. If you make a video that is negative about...
Yeah, because they probably rip all of her content to do it. I think you're both wrong. I think you're wrong to attack her, and I think she's wrong to fucking flag you. But I mean, you're using her content to attack her. That is content thievery, especially when you're doing it to attack her. It's like theft. It is theft. She's right to strike you. You can't just take her shit to mock her. That's her property, you know. She can and will strike you. Then if she's within her rights to do so, you have taken her stuff to make a hate video, to make her look bad to people. So she fucking struck the video because it's her material. If you were to use your own material, you probably do fine. But you use her likeness all the time, and you are trying to ratio her, and she's right to fucking, you know, she's right to say something. I can't go past this because I'm not 10, huh? Oh, no, I can. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got fishing and cooking to like 80. I'm not going to die to scrub-ass fucking Defias again. I'm just not going to ever enter a cave ever again. I learned.
So at this point, Boblax had officially gone from just another fish in the sea to a flounder, truly worthy of note if you were to catch him.
Why are you eating mayonnaise? Fucking disgusting. Why are you eating a fucking spoonful of mayonnaise, you fucking weirdo? It's because you can't entertain people, so you're like lighting yourself on fucking fire. You're like lighting yourself on fire in public and you're eating a fucking spoonful of mayonnaise on stream. And look, they're never going to let you live this down. This is the stuff that Tom Dark used to make fun of you. 8 years later, I would never do this sort of stupid ass shit. This is that thing. I don't have a lot of dignity. I yell at people all the time and troll people, and I'm a fucking asshole, toxic person. I've been ever since the trade chat on WoW. You know, I would say the gaming community kind of turned me into a fucking asshole troll. But you'll never see me eating a fucking spoonful of mayonnaise. Fucking disgusting.
You would be fucking respected, okay? You would get a big reward, maybe a lot of cheese or
Fucking
something.
gross. What is dude, that's like 2 pounds too. You're gonna gain like 2 pounds from that. Fucking gross. It's gonna go to your fucking skin and you're gonna leak it all out your fucking pores. You know why you have pimples? It's because of that. Now it's okay to like do a slather or a tiny bit of mayo on 2 slices of bread or whatever. It's okay to do that. But this wasn't that. You ate like basically like a 1/4 pound of mayo and it probably all went to your fucking body and it all leaked out your pores. It's disgusting. Ugh. It's not shocking or funny. It's disgusting. Okay, so I guess I sell these because, well, I don't know. I guess maybe I could sell them on the auction house. People, like hunters, might buy them or something. I don't know. Sell them for $1 a piece, right? Okay, what do we send? We make sure that all my gear has armor boosts. Yup, and yup. Okay, and we're gonna send those off. We're gonna we're gonna send those. And I made all of these long jaw mud snappers, so we're gonna send those as well. You and you. Nope, soulbound. And that cracked belt is also something I can send. Send. I'm going to go back to FFXI. Are we good? Yeah, we good. Oh, I need the physician, right? Or I don't know. Did I make... Or sorry, did I get first aid? I did. Okay, good. So, here we go. We're going to go here. We're going to make... Nope, we're good. So, what now? I think I have a turn-in. Yes.
Pretty sure the cake is a lie.
How Pokemon works, but you would get something good. And this particular saga with Pokey would be recorded in the annals of YouTube drama history forever. This drama gained him thousands of subscribers, and he was able to milk it throughout several videos. And with this newfound traction, Josh upped the ante on his content a little bit, where instead of making simple compilations of tweets, he started an official series called Twitter Versus, wherein he, with his own voice, would describe the basic turn of events in any drama situation that was going on. He would compile all the tweets and read them out in full, and make that into a very digestible format. It was slightly more transformative than what he had originally done, but functionally it was still an archive of other people's content.
Of course, he's a biter. I mean, that's what he does. He's a biter. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. No, it isn't. No, biter. Biter, like you, Tom.
And it was also very useful for creators like myself or other drama channels to not have to go through every tweet themselves. They could just watch a Boblack's video, grab all the screenshots they needed, and that was it. And at the same exact time, he had also managed to make some very valuable connections. Josh joined a YouTube live show hosted by Augie RFC as a permanent co-host, becoming a member of a new, small, burgeoning commentary community. He would also quickly become connected to a revolving door of content creators like Nicholas Diorio, John Swan, Tipster, and a whole other list of revolving cast members who would hop on Augie's streams and discuss whatever current drama was going on. It was like a live radio show that was discussing YouTube events and internet culture. And with this in mind, it felt like a new genre of commentary channels was on the horizon as people who were trying to make their way in the community and make popular content.
Biters who bite biters. I'm sorry, I kind of came up in the fucking music scene. Biters who bite biters, and this created a generation of new biters who bit the biters. Fucking biter ass, fucking TMZ, attack artist pieces of shit. Just like that fucking PvP crew I just met. Worthless pieces of shit who have tried to legitimize themselves when no, we all know that you smell like shit and you look like shit, you know? You can't legitimize your biter-ass lifestyle. You're still a biter. You bite on people all the time. You're a biter. That's literally what we used to call people like this. It's a really mean word, kind of, in a lot of ways. It's a biter. It's somebody who doesn't do anything original, just their own shit, you know? Oh, is it shift middle mouse? No. So, yeah, I got some money. She's making some money. Yeah, sell these 8 short swords for 5 silver a piece. Yeah, I think so. And if I make 40 silver, I make 40 silver. But we're gonna definitely try and populate this auction house with swords. 550. 26.98. Look, all of the fucking pouches have sold. All of them. So let's go try to make some money, I guess. Linen cloth. Linen cloth. 375 for a stack. I'll take it. Yes, please. Let's go shopping for linen cloth. Linen cloth. Linen cloth. Search. Okay, we're going to buy this. Yeah, we're going to buy this. We're going to buy all of it. We're going to buy a lot of it. We're going to buy a lot of this. Yes, we are. We're going to buy this. Buy. Chain buy. Buy stack. Buy stack. Price increased by 41%, but it's still so cheap, though. Buy. 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 Buy, 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 buy. We'll go down a little bit, you know? Yeah, I went down a little tiny bit like that. No. What did I spend? It was 20 silver. Let's see how much we can make and how many bags we can make with this. We'll see.
Their own channels would often call into Augie's streams to discuss ongoing situations.
Biter! Hater! Hater alert! Hater alert! Woo! Woo! Hater alert! TMZ! Fucking attack artist here! Hater alert! Woo! Woo! Don't come up in the club. We don't want you. Hater alert! Sorry.
Set forth documenting every single drama that happened in his series Twitter Versus. It's really impossible to overstate how important this community was to Boblax.
That angle is not very flattering. You look like a fucking mad scientist. Where's the remember that Simpsons joke where they're out in the factory and Bart Simpson buys a factory off of a closure or something like that, and they're like down at the factory with Milhouse and shit, and Dr. Demento is down there with his crazy kaleidoscope or whatever it is, and that's what this dude reminds me of when I look at him. I'm like, oh man, how long till you're like living out of a closet downtown in a foreclosed building and planning the demise of streamers that you hate. It's hilarious. It's actually kind of funny. You look like a super villain to me in a way. It's like the Monarch, but sillier.
On his own, his personality didn't
On
really
his own,
carry
he's
any
just
real
on his own, nobody can stand him because he doesn't have a personality. He just borrows everybody else's
viewership. But by appearing on Augie's streams, he could connect with a more tight-knit and a loyal group of viewers through Augie, and he, by extension, got some fans of his own through that.
22 bolts of linen cloth.
Okay, hard shift. Do you like cum on your face or whatever?
Yeah, he does. He does. Or he wouldn't be talking about it.
Face cum comparison, and then Zerk is just like, yeah, dude, I don't believe in pre-cum. If you put it on the face, no baby.
Oh yeah, people like, have you had pre-cum before? Oh, I've had pre-cum. I haven't had pre-cum. Like, I had no idea how to fucking answer that. Well,
why, Boblax, have you had pre-cum before?
How's that wait, Bolax, how's that a hard question to answer? What are you talking about?
It's not a hard question to answer. It's a hard conversation. It's a weird conversation.
Boblax has never had sex. Get him, got him.
Who's never tasted it?
I've had pre-cum. You got.
Yeah, but that's actually.
Yeah,
good.
who's the virgin now, buddy?
Be a good Christian boy. Don't have sex before marriage.
No.
Who's the virgin now, little fucking coomer?
Wait. Boblax, you never produced pre-cum?
I have! No one's listening to me! Listen to me! Everyone's abusing me!
Oh my god, they're like trolling him live and he's like rising. Let him cook. Let him cook. Don't push him too far too fast. Let him cook.
Anna! Stop abusing me! Stop gaslighting me!
Stop confusing me. Stop gaslighting me.
Man, I just got
nobody likes you.
Autism attack.
Yeah, like what?
Boblax, go get alcohol, start drinking, do it now.
I'm sober.
Yeah,
I know, I'm saying start drinking.
You should have been drunk for that one.
It's important to note here that this community also had a very, very big focus on copyright abuse, with Augie covering various figures who couldn't take criticism. One great example being Pokimane, who did a number of streams on defending Boblax from her false takedowns of his content, and another great example being Suzy Liu, who was a lazy anime reaction channel who filed a copyright takedown on some clearly transformative content that was designed to make fun of her. She just couldn't handle the criticism, she couldn't handle the mockery. So Boblax appeared on her show to call her out.
Yeah, you can't just go around silencing criticism on YouTube that you don't like.
Josh himself went on to make 9 separate videos covering the Suzy Liu drama saga, mostly based on her proud status as a copyright abuser, which she wasn't really hiding from.
Suzy Liu, a copyright abuser and false flagger that is so bad that she puts even Onision to shame. Because unlike Onision, she's not out to take your money.
Unlike Onision, blah blah blah. I talk in this idiosyncratic fucking voice with my Asperger's voice, and I make Asperger's look really bad. Blah blah blah. I talk in this voice like a valley girl, except it's a boy. Man, imagine if your entire life was Twitter. Imagine how much that must suck. You just like stare at a fucking screen all day and you're like, oh no, this person said this and that person said that, and I'm all angry even though I don't really know this person. I don't live in the same hemisphere as them. But they fucking talked a bunch of shit on the internet again on Twitter, and I'm blah blah blah, Twitter, blah blah blah. Honestly, I think video games are better than Twitter. You know? I'm sorry, but I think
it's
really
funny how people bully others for months, then play victim when karma comes back around. Sending your 5-year-old fans to dislike and hate my appearance won't change a thing. This is just the beginning.
Purple
and
tree.
Others from the community, like John Swan, would also make videos about the subject, with his videos in particular getting millions of views. Others like Nick Diorio, Tipster, and Flamenco would also call in to cover the story, documenting her misdeeds, and they would also make their own independent videos about what was going on. And this same pattern, where the entire community would come together to rail on a specific person at the same point in time, would repeat over and over for subsequent dramas, like with the star of To Catch a Predator turned shady YouTube grifter journalist Chris Hansen. This whole community was lockstep in covering these issues, with each wave of videos and each new drama bringing in more views and thus more content. And there was Boblax every single step of the way to make a Twitter versus documenting every single take, not only from his friends within the community, but also from larger figures. With the Twitter versus format in mind, Boblax quickly became one of the more popular members of this genre on paper, quickly reaching 100,000 subscribers. But unfortunately, it wouldn't be long before Boblax's own character was called into question. As a resident of 2016 YouTube, Boblax had a few edgy moments under his belt, as do all of us. Only in 2016 though. for sure.
Only
The
in
funniest
2016,
example of
though.
this being his performance of Black
Tropic
Lives
Forest.
Matter. He had recorded the song in 2016 for some friends and uploaded it to YouTube as an unlisted video. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for us, this video will get leaked in all of its glory.
Some people don't know the struggle of being fucking black.
What?
We always get bullied. We always get bullied. Cause we are black. Black lives matter.
Amazing. Amazing.
All the black should die. So mean to us. Might as well you said.
Most of his peers found it pretty hysterical, and while it was somewhat cringe, at the end of the day, it wasn't something to hold against Josh. It was a funny video and nothing else. But Boblax didn't really see it that way, which is why a year after
I don't
the
see it
leak,
that way
he
either.
decided to file takedowns.
You can
on
say
3
it's like that,
separate videos
but it doesn't change the
in
fact
one
that you were
single night.
incredibly
When this was brought
racist
up
and
on stream,
shitty,
he acted
shitty
pretty
racist.
shifty about it. He didn't really want to acknowledge what he had done.
Shitty
and
racist.
If he did acknowledge it, he definitely didn't want to justify or talk about it.
I strike down my... Dude, that's why I didn't want to respond to it. I told you last stream when this was brought up to not bring it up. I literally
Bullshit you did. You bullshit you said that.
I did. I told you to not bring it up.
I didn't get the
I read the chat. I didn't fucking. I wasn't like, hey, Boblax, let's talk about the strike.
You don't have to read the chat.
I do have to read the chat.
You do. He does. He does. If he wants that money, he does.
Oh, never mind. I won't get into the comment.
I don't know. I just think it was.
See, I don't care about money, so I don't read the
I
chat.
think Boblax is a bad guy. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not like turning on him right now. I'm just saying it was just kind of a bad move.
Basically what happened is, people were re-uploading the Black Lives Matter song, and I was like, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with this being up and readily available for people to watch, so I just copyright striked it because it's mine. That's it. It's legal.
But of course, this explanation he gave is massively hypocritical considering how he built his career in the first place off of archiving other people's content.
I take deleted content or unaccessible
You take stolen content.
and put it over here in an archive format so people have an easier way to access it. I'm not trying to make money, I'm just trying to make stuff convenient for other people.
This is the same exact justification used by Pokimane.
It was situations where people were re-uploading content of mine or something that I put out there. Regardless, I still handled those situations badly, and I regret the way that I handled them.
I like
I'm
Pokimane.
sorry for the way that I handled them.
I see
But at
somebody
least
who
Poki was
doesn't
willing
want to hurt
apologize
anybody.
for what she did. Boblax, on the other hand, endlessly justified his actions and refused to apologize for what he had done.
Scumbag Hector made a video on Boblax calling him a false flagger.
Spamming that in the chat, I'm not gonna respond.
You caused her a lot of sorrow, asshole.
What is that, the BLM thing?
Yeah. It's just dumb. Little YouTube.
I don't know, Boblax. I'm gonna be honest. That was a fucking. I'm not gonna make this a big deal, but I'm just gonna put it on the record. That was kind of a dumb move.
It was racist and shitty.
Alright.
It was racist and shitty.
Yeah.
It was racist and shitty. Say it. Say it. It's racist and shitty. Tell him
And to make
why.
matters worse,
Tell him
Josh
why.
also filed a takedown in the video
People
that was
deserve the
clearly
truth.
transformative beyond a shadow of a doubt with no question. So now he had gone a step further than Pokey ever did. Despite that, he insisted that these were not comparable situations. So he was called out for it on Twitter by Tommy C. And he responded by saying that he had taken down the videos by accident. I was messing around with the copyright tab while high and took them down by mistake. My bad. But this obviously isn't a very good explanation if you know anything about YouTube and how the copyright system works. This is what the YouTube copyright tab looks like. YouTube actually tells you specifically how much of your video is using someone else's content with a percentage indicator. To file a takedown, you have to seek out the specific video, you have to copy the link, you then have to navigate to the removal request tab and fill out a bunch of your own personal information, as well as a detailed reason for why you believe your copyright has been infringed on. This is not a slip on a banana peel and fall onto the keyboard type of process where you accidentally take down a video. Obviously you can regret it later, but it's extremely difficult to do this by accident. Despite this, Boblax insisted that this was a mistake, while also justifying his actions.
I was high. Okay, I was high, and that's why I made the decision to.
I was high, so.
Remove the Black Lives Matter videos, which I had the full right to do, but I didn't want to do it. Or I mean, not that I didn't want to do it, but like I realized it was a bad idea after the fact. Just like in general, like it just doesn't make any sense. It's just dumb. And that's like that's the judgment that I lacked when I was high. The other video, it got caught in the crossfire because it almost looked like a re-upload, but then there was like some transformations and like in it where it was the full song, and then there's like some screenshots of tweets I made afterward, and it was just in my list of things to strike, and I didn't like double check because obviously I had like lapse in judgment for some things. Accidentally strike it, and immediately, as soon as I found out, literally 10 minutes within it, I sent YouTube to take off the strikes. It's just like, literally just chalks up to a misclick. So you guys can all shut the fuck up, dude. And I'm never speaking about this again, and you're all banned if you mention it. Mods, fucking ban that guy, dude. I don't have any mods in chat, bro, so I gotta do it myself after this.
12 seconds later.
Like, am I wrong? Like, I don't know, dude, don't feel... People in the chat who like me don't feel obliged to, like, agree with what I'm saying just because it's me saying it, but, like, am I wrong?
It was clear that Josh was unwilling to admit that he was guilty of the very same thing as Pokey. After all, if he did admit to it, it would completely destroy the goodwill he had garnered from the YouTube community. But even with all of that, you have to really make note of the fact that the channels that Boblax had struck were very small channels who didn't have a voice. They didn't have a platform or a megaphone to get their voices heard. All of this drama probably would have gone under the rug if not for one round-bulking Italian man by the name of Nicholas Diorio. Nick was friends with Boblax at the time. They were peers. They both appeared on Augie's show a lot, and apparently he wasn't very comfortable with Josh's attempts to downplay his actions, and it culminated in a confrontation for the ages.
It's every fucking time. It's like, oh, I didn't make a mistake, dude. I just got high and did it by accident. I didn't actually want to strike his video. Yeah, you fucking did. Okay. Oh god, I was arguing I was screeching in the fucking Among Us game. You know why I was screeching in the Among Us?
I was mad, but I amplified it for fun.
Believes that.
I amplified it for fun.
No one
Wait, you're
fucking
still...
believes that.
I was mad, but I amplified it for effect. Like, I went on longer for
okay, but
comedic effect.
Literally nobody on... Dude, you literally rage quit the call. I'm sorry, that's literally...
Yeah, I was mad, but I played it up later for effect. That's what I said.
Yeah, this plutonium. Jesus, Nick is blatantly jealous here in the scene pointless. I'm so jealous of the fact that you look like a retard. I'm so jealous of the fact that
How did I make you look like a retard?
I defended you on the archival point and said that archives of videos are fair use and all that shit. And then you went and you struck a fucking video that was an archive.
I'm sorry, I fucked up. What else do you want me to say? Like, I fucked up. I'm ashamed of it. I fucking hate it.
Not go around Twitter and telling everybody, oops, I got high, I wouldn't struck the video.
I said all the shit I'm saying right now publicly on a previous live stream and
I just started using Flow and now I don't want to use anything else.
That's not the way you fucking said it.
What's the clip? You don't even said publicly.
Wow, dude, I can't believe that
Can you do...
I can't believe an hour and 45 minutes.
I've been linking it to people who asked. I've been linking it to everyone who asked.
I use Flow and you. Redorius says,
an hour and 45 minutes.
No, that's not an apology. There's no apology. That's explanation. Let me speak. You You motherfucker! You fucking bitch! My apology is not in there! My apology was oh my god! You didn't even watch the clip! Why are you saying shit without watching the clip? Just fucking watch my shit and actually, like, listen to what I fucking say, dude! Before you fucking accuse me of shit, bro. Like, what are you fucking doing?
After the meltdown, Augie ended the stream, and Josh left to lick his wounds.
Look,
now,
I spent 25 silver. Yeah, was it? Yeah, it was 25 silver, right? No, not even. Yeah. It was 20 silver. I spent 20 silver. I got 7 linen bags that I can sell at probably 10 silver a pop. And look, I'm gonna make a lot of money. I think we'll see.
This would completely shatter his credibility, and to some extent it did. But Augie, Nick, and several other community members were still Josh's friends at the end of the day. While he had refused to take proper accountability for what he had done, the fact remained that the strikes were quickly reversed, and the conflict had been pushed as far as it possibly could have been with the public live stream confrontation, resulting in the notorious "Let Me Speak" meltdown.
Let me speak!
And to give credit where credit is due, Josh did seem...
I think I made like 9 silver. It's not that much money, but it is sort of, though. It's 29 silver profit at 420 a pop. And so, yeah, like 4 times 7 would be 28 plus like another, it's a little bit more than that. It's like more than 9 silver. It's like 12 silver or something. It's worth doing every day because it produces like 12 silver every day. It's like a gold a week or something just doing this bag grind. I don't know. What will people pay? Yeah, I still want, I want to compete. So we'll just put 7 on the market for that. Because it's still money. It's still money. All of it's money. I want to compete with myself.
First was past this incident. He even put the phrase "let me speak" at the top of the about page on his YouTube channel. At the very least, in the following months, he was more willing to take it on the chin, at least than he was during the stream.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was. Did you get how Tom Dark just fucking dissed him? Take it on the chin, bitch. There's only one situation you ever do that.
Meme frequently used on the H3 podcast.
Let me speak!
Despite Ethan documenting his drama from front to back, Josh actually thanked him for his coverage. Another big event from 2020 was when Josh got into a debate with the at the time Twitch streamer Destiny. The particulars of this debate are not super interesting. As most debates go, Destiny's audience thought that he won, and Josh's audience, although it was much smaller, thought that he won. And the latter result here is very, very important. Boblax came away from this conversation with the impression that he had unequivocally won this debate. He even reposted portions of it to his YouTube channel, which were largely supported in the comment section with the consensus that he had won. Despite this, Destiny would continue to call Boblax retarded and disabled on his stream whenever he was mentioned. And I want you to keep those seeds of mockery in your mind as we move forward, and put it in your back pocket. Boblax had officially triumphed on YouTube.
I have.
In the short term, the copyright drama had very little effect on his career. His regular videos continued receiving hundreds of thousands of views, allowing him to purchase a brand new Tesla Model 3. When someone questioned if he was even able to afford it...
That's what you spent the money on, you fucking moron? Oh my god, you're fucking stupid. Here's some advice for you guys. If you're ever getting famous, if you ever blow or whatever, if you're ever trending or whatever the fuck, and you've got your nouveau riche suddenly, here's what you do. You buy a house or you pay 10 years in rent. So that no matter what, you know, the landlord never comes asking, where's rent? You know, you just you go to your landlord and you say, hey, I just came into a lot of money and I'm really worried about paying rent and I just want to pay you 10 years of rent. Are you willing to accept that? The landlord is going to be like, yes, I will. To give me the money right now. Give me the money right now. Sign a check. I'm down. Let's go. I'll drive you to the bank. Trust me, the landlord is going to be like, yes, I will. Yes. Maybe some landlords are probably like, yeah, if you sign a contract, maybe. Yeah, depends on where you live, kind of depends. Some people are probably like, yeah, I'll sign a 10-year contract with you. Some people are probably like, no. They're probably like, no, I won't give you 10 years. We don't know if you're good or not. So but that's my advice. Figure out some way to lay out 10 years in rent. It puts someone else in control of it, like your parents or something. Be like, okay, here, I want you to take the key to my safe deposit box, and I want to take this, like, $2 million that I made, and I want to just stick it in a safe deposit box. Not even the bank, really. I just want to stick it in the safe deposit box, and I want you guys to control the key. I don't want to spend any of it until we're in trouble. And that's what you do. You don't buy anything. You don't buy a fucking Tesla. You don't fucking, like, live off of 3 fucking, you know, delivery meals every day. You don't start buying things. You don't start buying guns or anything crazy, showing off guns or anything like that, or hook machines like Charlie or anything like that. You just worry about what you're gonna do in 10 years and you spend the money on that. And you're like, okay, well, so once you bought like a fucking fallout shelter and stocked it with 10 years of food and water, and you know that you've got a place to live with power prepaid for 10 years and water prepaid for 10 years and all this, that's when you can go buy a fucking Tesla. When you've got nothing else to buy in terms of your survival, you know, and honestly, your family's survival and your kids' survival and your grandkids' survival and your great-grandkids' survival, that's when you can buy a Tesla. Most people don't ever make it that rich. That's what rich is. Rich is when, and rich to me is when you can easily buy a Tesla because you don't have to worry about your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandkids' college education. That's all set aside already. And that's the thing. This piece of shit scrub gets nouveau riche, ripping off other people's content to try and talk shit about them, like basically boldly. And he makes like $10 million doing it, $20 million, something like that. And the first thing he does is buy a fucking Tesla. I mean, Teslas are cheap, I guess. In terms of $20 million, I guess Teslas are cheap. So maybe I should just be quiet. In terms of the $20 million, the Tesla's frankly cheap. It's like one of the cheaper things you could probably buy. I would say this guy's career probably yielded something like $20 million over the space of 10 years. And it's probably going to keep yielding money as people keep watching his videos and stuff. But like overall, I would say that like honestly, he shouldn't be buying the Tesla. He should be buying his grandmother's retirement home. Would be a better purchase than the Tesla. How much is the Tesla? It's going to be $300,000 or something like that. I get that you can't buy a business or whatever, but my thing is go buy your grandma's rest home, something like that, or buy a rest home for your grandma or your mother, honestly, because they'll need it too. Go buy a rest home. Do not buy a Tesla. You know? Go buy a rest home so that your mother and your grandmother, you don't ever have to go see them or worry about them, be on a phone call or anything, because they just, they languish in the old folks home that you own. That's a better place to buy, trust me. A better place for nouveau riche to spend their money is on their family. Trust me, it's better. And your family will always look out for you if you look out for them. But instead they buy Teslas and shit like that because they're nouveau riche and they're fucking stupid. And I don't approve of this sort of spending. I really don't. When there's so many problems in the fucking world, I want to hear that he took care of his parents, and then he took care of himself, and then he took care of his possible kids and his possible grandkids and his great grandkids and great grandkids, and everybody's got a college fund and everybody's got a home that they bought. If you don't have enough money to buy all that, you don't have enough money to buy a Tesla. Trust me. And once you buy all that, you're going to be like, oh, well, now there's nothing else. There's nothing that's going to happen to anybody that I love in the next 100 years. They're all taken care of. They've all got cars and homes, and they got college educations, and they got retirements, and I own a rest home and all that stuff. And the rest home takes care of my mother and my father and me and my grandfather and my grandmother and all this and my grandkids and my grandkids' kids and all this shit. That's true rich. That's the stuff that you brag about that people listen, right? They don't care about the fucking Tesla. They don't care. There's billions of Teslas on the fucking planet, and that's what's so heartbreaking about becoming nouveau riche. You think that riding around in a Tesla is going to impress Neon or some shit, or fucking, what's some of those fucking the Sneeko or whatever, right? No, the fucking Tesla doesn't impress them. When you say none of my great grandkids are going to have to worry about their college, their homes, their lives, or their rest home, that drops jaws. When you say that, yeah, me, my family, my kids' families, their kids' families, and their kids' families don't have to worry about college or rent or a rest home when they're old or anything like that. All of that shit is paid. That drops jaws. That's good bougie. That's good bougie. That's good. That's the kind of bougie that you want to hear out of people. That's what I want to hear out of Johnny Depp. Not this shit about a lawsuit for $1 billion or anything like that. I want to hear that they took care of their family and their family's family and their great grandkids' family and all of their college educations and all this stuff. I don't care about a gold chain or a fucking like a Lambo or any of that stupid ass nouveau riche fucking bourgeoisie bullshit. That those people won't have money for very long if they're buying that shit. And trust me, my mother was nouveau riche. She made her own money. She made $10 million in her lifetime when she was the CEO of her own company. And I've understood how easy it is to lose it, and your status quo and all that stuff. It matters. I mean, how you depict yourself to your friends and your family, it matters. But understand, there's nothing that you can buy before you take care of you, your family, their family, your grandkids' families, college educations, homes, all that stuff, right? Once your family is taken care of for generations to come, and there's nothing that they could possibly need because you own a farm and you own a rest home and you own the power company and stuff like that. That's when you're rich, and that's when you buy the Tesla. It's not for you. If you're thinking about buying the Tesla, you can't afford the Tesla. It's like that thing they say at restaurants. If you're or like expensive clothes stores and stuff. If you're thinking about the price, you can't afford the price. And that's the same exact thing. I've been rich and I've been there, and I don't care. I understand and I know. Like if you think that the price has something to do with it or the flashiness of it, you are a fucking idiot. Did your parents eat? Did your grandparents eat? Did your kids eat? Are your kids going to eat? Are your grandkids going to eat? Are they going to have college educations? Are they going to have homes? Are they going to have doctors and all that stuff? If they are, then buy the Tesla. If they aren't, then don't. It's a simple fucking thing, and fuck you and your nouveau riche bullshit. All you did was make the Tesla dealer fucking richer and the fucking Tesla salesman. That's all you did. Now they're gonna. You want to know why those guys go to the Tesla dealership every day and try to sell Teslas to fucking assholes like you? You want to know why they do that? It's because they're certain that their wife, their husband, their kids, their grandkids, their fucking great grandkids, and everybody around them are gonna live in the rest home that they own and the food that they're gonna put on their table with the farm that they own and all this other shit. Trust me, that is actual rich. What the kids in the hip-hop scene think rich is quite the opposite, really. That if you're buying a Lambo, you and your money are soon parted. I guarantee it. And this is true. Go consult any rapper who ever bragged about buying a Lambo beyond a producer. Producers can brag about buying Lambos, like Lil Wayne, because they produce other people's work for 100 albums or something like that. So every time one of those guys sells an album, the producer makes $1, you know? And that adds up if you produce like 200 albums. It adds up every time one of those things sells. So producers like Lil Wayne do really fucking well. But the people but the bougie people bragging about fucking going to the mall and shit in the club, they don't have richness. They don't have it. They've got a brag and a rent. And honestly, the rich man owns the club. These people don't own clubs. That's why they brag about going to the club. They're bragging about going to the club because the most expensive proposition in the fucking world, and that's what they're trying to do, is brag, is going to the club. The real man owns the club. You understand? He doesn't go to the club. He wakes up in the club in a new Bugatti, you know?
Insisted that he purchased the car in full, and despite that, still had enough left over to buy it again. Now, assuming that he purchased this car new in 2021, it would have cost him around.
He doesn't think about going to the club or paying for hose at the club or anything like that. He owns the motherfucking club, and that's what being rich is. Anytime somebody tells you it's a gold chain or 2 chains or any of that stupid ass shit, fuck the new bourgeoisie fucking rappers and all the rich people that fucked up the fucking world, like Jeffrey and fucking Bill Gates and shit. I don't care what you think is proper. I know what's proper, and it's not you.
5,000 Canadian dollars if you purchase the standard lowest trim. So you don't have to be a genius to surmise that spending half of your savings on a vehicle, especially one that will depreciate in value as much of a Tesla, is a bad idea. But maybe he would be fine. I mean, he's raking the dough in from YouTube, right? Surely he'll recoup that cost soon. At least he got his dick sucked in it or something. So he continued producing.
I just got my dick sucked last night in the Tesla. Yeah, I imagine you probably did. That's kind of like bragging that you got shot at in the Civil War or something. Yeah, you're in a Tesla. You probably did get your dick sucked. It's like a $300,000 car, is it not? Yeah, the girl might twerk for, might twerp, for that. Yeah. So you brag about it and you demean her, and then you don't get your little dingling sucked anymore, do you? Because all your friends and everybody's like, who's sucking this loser's dick, right? And the girl's like, it's not me. And tries to hide and shit. And this is how you treat them. This is that bourgeoisie fucking culture. Fuck you guys. It's disgusting, That poor girl, they know that she's showing up on your fucking Facebook. All of her friends and all of that people. I got my dick sucked in the Tesla last night. And everybody around you is like, oh, that girl in your Facebook pictures? And he's like, yeah, and that girl never speaks to you again. That's what's wrong with this bullshit-ass fucking toxic masculine culture of like sports cars and demeaning women and fucking player pimp shit and all this. Fuck that bullshit. You come from a woman, you get your name and your aim and your game from a woman, and you must respect them or they will diss you and end your social contract, pretty much. You don't fuck with women on the social battlefield. You just don't do that. And if you do, they'll fuck you on the social, which means that your social contract's over and everybody hates you. Trust me. Don't fuck with women like you're doing. Don't demean them. Don't brag about getting head in the Tesla or anything like that. Trust me, it's like toxic from so many different levels. Some woman blessed you with her mouth, and you go bragging about it on motherfucking Twitter. She won't be blessing you with her mouth very long. Church.
And thankfully for him, there was no shortage of other commentators to talk about who were being railed on for their actions. Over the next few years, the misdeeds of other RFC cast members took great precedence over the misdeeds
I'm sure
of
it did.
Boblex.
I'm
From
sure it did.
2019 to 2021, John Swan was an up-and-coming commentary channel with good writing, great editing, and a really great knack for picking topics that really stuck. In a short time, he had racked up a few 100,000 subscribers and was seemingly well on his way to YouTube stardom. But the audience's trust in him was ultimately ruined thanks to one big lie. On February 14th, John had tweeted out a clip with the caption, "Holy shit, Dream is an actual douchebag." And the clip itself was cut from the official podcast and the Scuff podcast, where commentary YouTuber Critical discusses how Dream had said he used to promise people shoutouts before he had any large following in exchange for Discord roles. So Dream saw this cross-posted to a small subreddit, and he basically explained how John is bad news.
Discord roles. If Discord is anything but a tool for you to chat with your homies, you've gone astray. You have fallen victim to some sort of social MLM. If Discord is anything to you but a gaming tool to talk to your gaming homies while you do gaming things, you have fallen victim to an MLM scam of some sort in some Discord, some nasty Discord, and you are their slave now. And if you are worried about trading favors for Discord roles and famous people's Discords, you have become a loser. I don't know how else to say that. You are a loser, and those famous rich people will not be your friend for very long. You are a loser.
Specific allegation about John. A while back, after I interviewed him for a Minecraft documentary, he changed his profile picture and name in Discord to mine and started DMing people pretending to be me. He sent the N-word and a lot of other stuff, as well as said sexual stuff while claiming it was me, and
I don't
giving his
believe
main
you.
Twitter to vouch.
I don't
He would
believe
then,
you.
from his main Twitter, voice saying that it was me and that we were amazing friends, and link the documentary to prove it. Once I confronted him about it, he said that his friend had hacked his accounts and done it. I didn't reply to him and unfollowed him, and I don't think he's super fond of me since then. Now, this accusation was quickly met by a response from John where he escalated the drama, claiming that Dream was basically lying about him. He said that Dream was doing this in an attempt to smear his credibility by pushing this narrative, and that instead of John saying these things while pretending to be Dream, it was actually his 12-year-old autistic cousin who had gained access to his account and done all of the trolling.
Back probably a year ago, I was visiting some family friends. One of the guys...
I don't believe you. Everything you say is a lie. I don't think anything that you say is real. Shut the fuck up.
I was talking to was much younger than me and wanted to know about YouTube and what I did to make videos. Since I didn't have my PC with me, I logged into Discord on his laptop and showed him some things that I had screenshotted and sent other people. Before I left, I foolishly didn't log out of my account. He decided it would be a good idea to start trolling on my account with his friends, and used an alt account as well.
I think
as
it is
my
a good
account
idea.
past conversation.
I would do the same if it means your pain. I would, yeah. If you, the loser, suffer somehow, yeah, I'm the 12-year-old autistic kid who trolls you and makes fun of you. Yep. Hey, it's your cousin. Yeah, you understand what you're saying? You're saying that your own cousin doesn't like you and trolls you. You understand? Are you reading the optics here? Are you understanding how it's going to be interpreted? Your own cousin doesn't like you and trolls you. Is what you're trying to say?
About 3 different people.
Congratulations, I guess, that your cousin doesn't like you and has to troll you. You seem to really want us to know that. I don't care.
One of these was Harley TBS. He had used an alt account, changed its name and profile picture to Dream, and started saying some really strange stuff. It
I'm
was
sure.
like 12-year-old humor. I was told the
I'm
N-word was
sure.
said, but I have seen no evidence of that. But I did find convos about a Minecraft sex mod and other weird shit.
And John was defended by this little community as well as bigger commentary channels. You had Augie, Nick, Optimus, and of course Boblex all defending him. In a 13-page Google document, John insisted that he was innocent of all this Discord trolling, and people believed him. But eventually rumors spread privately that John had lied, leading Nick to confront him, where John admitted that he had lied.
But that doesn't really matter, because
main
what
hand
matters is where it
axe with
started,
agility.
and if that person isn't going to come forward with anything, then it doesn't really matter. I mean, shitty screenshots coming from third hand doesn't mean a thing.
So you're basically just okay with saying that, like, it didn't happen because Tro's not going to put up a screenshot.
Yes.
Alright, man. I'm not mad at you. I'm not gonna, like, fucking, I don't know. I'm just like, I kind of am, like, not gonna lie. I kind of would have
No, you are justifiably are. You justifiably are, and I understand if this impacts things later on down the line.
I just feel like you could have just told me right off the bat. I think we could have figured it out. We could have figured this out like literally day one. You didn't have to make that thread to address it. We could have totally figured this out when it was just a Reddit post, and we could have figured it out.
I don't think so. I don't know. I want to.
Why would you start throwing fucking rocks around with Dream if you knew he had this on you?
Oh, it doesn't really.
No, but you made
because
it
of that. Because of it.
Google document over a little white lie that blew up into a fucking mountain, dude.
Well, John
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die right here.
Ultimately, other dramas from his
I'm gonna die right here.
destroyed what remaining respectability he did have.
Nice.
And to this day, his channel is completely abandoned. And then there was Tipster. Tipster was a different kind of drama channel. Instead of making video essays like John,
level 6.
he would cover whatever was going on in a simple, lazy, slop type video. But to his credit, some of
God damn it, I'm sick of hardcore. I'm gonna get out of it now. I don't have the focus for it. I'm going to stop. I don't have the focus for it. You can see it. I'm alt-tabbed all the time. I lost on level 6, and that's how you know. That's how you know.
them did a good job of explaining whatever was happening in the community.
I'm going to get out of the WoW channel. I'm going to get out of the WoW now. I'm dying at level 6. I cannot focus on this. It is something that I just don't find any joy in doing. I'm sorry. That's the reality that I don't want to face, is that I don't find joy doing this anymore. I'm going to go up under New World now. I don't really find any joy doing World of Warcraft. I really am very hard to focus on that. I can't focus on that anymore. I'm sorry.
His greatest flaw was his horniness, and it would often get him in trouble, like when he responded to an, at the time, underage girl on Twitter, asking her, why do all the hot ones not like dick? Now, in fairness, he didn't know her age at the time, and this was a joke, but this was just one instance of him hitting on people publicly who didn't really want to accept his advances. He was super desperate for some kind of validation from these online e-women who frankly didn't want anything to do with him. And that on its own is not that bad when you couple that with his defense of lolicon. What little respect he did have in this little community began to wither, and before long he was unironically
and before long he
Can we
was
just agree that she cleans up real nice?
What?
You know what I'm saying?
What?
Like when she, maybe puts on a little bit of lipstick and, puts on a nice outfit and stuff like that. She cleans up like a shiny new penny.
What?
Is that wrong for me to say?
Yes,
I don't think so.
yes, it is.
She's a good-looking gal.
It is judgmental and shitty and sexist
them,
and
so to speak, but he also defended Keffels after she was exposed for funding a website that sold HRT to children. So Tipster was officially pushed out of the community.
That's the video I'm trying to watch after this.
Hold on, and he became another commentary lolcow who people would talk about and make endless videos about. Then there was Flamenco, who was also excised from the community, mostly just for being a cringe lord and also for enjoying lolly stuff. And this is just a few of the community dramas that happened where a recognizable face from Augie's community was lambasted for their actions, it was covered on his streams, and ultimately they were pushed out. And there was Boblax every time to cover it, not only on Augie's streams, but also, as any good commentary channel would, he made countless videos going over their various sagas and documenting their downfall.
Andy Warski quote tweets this and says, I got banned from Tipster's chat for saying he shouldn't defend CP. He is losing his mind. Chris shares this clip and says, wouldn't be a Tipster stream without bringing up trans people and transphobia over Ethan asking a question and firing off a joke.
Throughout every single community drama, Boblax remained as a co-host on Augie's streams and a respected member of this community. A community that would ultimately die when in 2023, Augie decided to mysteriously vanish from the internet with no explanation to his audience. Boblax was now untethered. He had no default community to go to gain instant respect just by being there. And without someone like Augie to rein him in and give him charitability when drama didn't go his way, things were gonna get dark. By 2023, Boblax was uploading a lot less on his channel, but he was now streaming to an audience of 100 to 300 people, where he would primarily focus on other commentary channels like Tipster. On Tip specifically, he made 14 individual streams and a number of VODs making a dump all over his former friend. And rightfully so. I mean, Tipster is a lolcow in every, use of that word. But just as it seemed that Boblax had escaped the drama of his past, unfortunately, his lolcow gene started to become truly unlocked. For a while, Josh was publicly talking about his mental health struggles, although he was remaining vague under the circumstances, but he was basically saying, hey guys, I'm not making content as much because I'm having a mental health problem, having a mental health issue. And this is a respectable decision, I think, because, obviously making publicly facing videos when you're not at your best mentally can lead to some serious cringe being posted.
Some seriously unskibbity content.
Unfortunately, this struggle seemingly manifested into some very, very poor decisions outside of his videos, and this would would later bleed into his career as a whole. And this leads us to me. In July of 2024, Boblax made a tweet saying, "Non-binary people are badass and valid, by the way." I saw this and responded saying, "Thank God you chimed in." Now this reply is definitely snarky, but let me make myself clear. I just saw Josh's tweet as kind of cringe. He didn't really say much. It was just virtue signaling to his audience like a lot of other cringe YouTubers do. It's the same thing as if I had unironically tweeted out murder is bad. Like, thank you for your stunning bravery, your game-changing commentary. But apparently this reply did not sit well with him, as he responded by saying, "Okay bro, I just wanted to say something I was thinking." Like tweeting, "I love pineapple on pizza. I'm not trying to virtue signal. Sucks that I can't compliment something without it becoming a big deal because it's politically and socially divisive." I then responded by saying, "Praise skibidi or perish." This was later reposted to a small his behavior as tweaking. Now, unbeknownst to the time,
praise skibidi or perish. Praise skibidi or perish.
And then responded by saying, "Praise skibidi or perish." This was later reposted to a small Twitter account who described Boblax's behavior as tweaking. Now, unbeknownst to the public at the time, Josh decided to message this guy asking him to delete this tweet because of his mental health struggles, and he did delete it. Despite that, Josh would privately call Alex an evil fuck who should be banned from everything for even acknowledging this stuff. It seemed like this little Twitter squabble really got under Josh's skin for whatever reason, in a way that it really shouldn't have. And this was not the only interaction that got on people's radar. When Destiny drama was really flaring up around his unsavory tweets about Trump, there was a Twitter interaction where he had made jokes with an adult-aged girl a few years prior, which was pushed as evidence that he was a creep. Now, Josh responded to this by saying, "Is this why he defended Mr. Girl, despite the fact that he openly and proudly proclaimed his sexual attraction towards minors?" Now, I'll be the first to say it, I think there probably is a criticism to be made of Destiny having Mr. Girl on a stream and not calling him a creep, considering the kinds of stuff that Mr. Girl says.
This film does try to make you sexually aroused.
Ooh, I won something.
And I'll say it's not bad at it. It's not a total failure in that regard, at least for me.
Check his hard drive. But what Boblax is doing here is using
check his hard drive.
Two adults, Courtney and Destiny.
Check his hard drive.
Joking on Twitter publicly, which he knew was a joke because he knew who Courtney was, to claim that Destiny is a file himself. Josh would delete that tweet and explain himself by saying he impulsively tweeted it because he was going through something the night prior, but if you've been paying attention, this explanation should sound all too familiar.
I was high. Okay.
I was high, and I was on Twitter.
To actually take responsibility, trying
I was high.
Hand wave it with the
I was high. I'm high every motherfucking day. You think I have ever used that as an excuse ever? No. Ooh, look, all the wood's back again. I think I'll come back here a lot, and I'll just farm wormwood a lot. Oh, yeah. Maybe I should actually, like, do stuff. So we want the one about logging. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Okay. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I can't do anything.
S010F0DYN says, meteor or incinerate on fire staff. Katie's Macaria says, anyone got some his if I can have?
Ooh, 16 Void Gauntlet Mastery. Yeah! Heal. Oh, use this thing too. Use that thing too. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm gonna come back here and I'm just gonna farm these trees over and over again. This is the best loot in the game. I didn't know. What's this one called? It's Swords to Plowshares is really good. Swords to Plowshares. I like these little things that they do. The faction quests more than Fallout missions. They're actually really good. Oh yeah, look at all that. Oh yeah, all that wordwood. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I kind of got a boner for MMO loot right there. You ever get an MMO boner where you're like, oh my god, look at how much loot this is. Yeah. Oh my god, look at all that blue wood. Oh my god, I got a boner. Oh yeah, like 500 blue wood. Yeah. Oh, so good. Did you get there? Did you get there?
Lunsford says, why I have like 5 LOL.
Season food stamps. Yep. Ooh, a purple tree. And then over there's a lightning beetle.
Moo 2.0 says, Fight West Tower.
Soapweed. Banana tree. Come on, you move.
Explanation that he was just going through something. Unfortunately, this is not the only time Boblax has intentionally falsely accused someone out of anger. Because at one point, an infamous Twitter troll named Chipple Dipple called him a human parasite for making drama content.
I think so.
And Boblax held on to that insult for months until Chip got in drama.
You are a human parasite. Like these people who sock toddlers all day in the PvP community. You're a human parasite. You are a miner of people. You're much worse than the few times that I mine, you know?
Of his own and would post that fully monetized to YouTube. Now I think a lot of you are probably questioning the legality of, and he refused to actually take responsibility, trying to instead hand wave it with the explanation that he was just going through something. Unfortunately, this is not the only time Boblax has intentionally falsely accused someone out of anger. Because at one point, an infamous Twitter troll named Chipple Dipple called him a human parasite for making drama content. And Boblax held on to that insult for months until Chip got in drama, and Boblax then used that opportunity to push a false allegation that Chip had sent poo to minors on Discord for sexual gratification. This claim was just not true. But Boblax's reason for pushing this false claim about Chip was because he was insecure about the fact he'd been called a human parasite. And it would stand to reason that he did the same thing for Destiny and was holding on to some kind of resentment over the fact he'd been assaulted by him on streams. In September, Alex would leak the full conversation he had with Boblax, and the DMs read about as bad as you can imagine. Alex says, they're just goofy tweets. I don't think it's that deep. I'm asking for a favor, not an opinion, no offense. I swear I won't tell you to do it anymore. I know it's frustrating and not a big deal for most people, but I just like this thing in particular to be taken down. Sorry for being weird. Also, you said you'd chill if I'm going through shit. My tweets are literally screenshots of what you said on Twitter. I don't know why it's bothering you so much, but you should figure it out and fix it before someone meaner than me starts picking up on this and blows it up. So you just lied when you said you'd delete stuff about me if I said I was going through it? You can't just do that and expect me to respect you. I also said no offense. You fucking see. They continue to go back and forth, but the real takeaway here is that the guy who has made a career off of archiving the embarrassing and cringe takes from the entire online ecosystem is currently trying to get someone else to take down embarrassing tweets he had made because he's going through it. At the same time, Josh had also been having meltdowns on private, with out of context DMs being leaked to the public. Josh had apparently messaged Nick Diorio in some kind of manic state, declaring that the reason for his meltdowns was a BPD diagnosis. This would result in DMs like, Destiny is not cool. He is not my friend. I hate him. The character I hate is a meme. I hate Density. He is evil. He is not my friend. You know this. It seemed like this budding hatred of Destiny was what led him to push a false allegation about him. But Josh was able to justify these meltdowns privately by explaining it away with mental illness.
Well, I lied. I read it, and he sent me some stuff 4 hours later saying, hey, I just realized I'm like completely fucking manic right now. And he told me he was gonna get help because like he hadn't acted like this in years, and he was
They're
really
caught up in
concerned
this
about it.
weird
And
scene.
a couple days later, he sends me like, and I swear to God, this is what got me. He sends me a hospital wristband. People were speculating that I was saying, oh, he's gonna quit weed, and I found out Josh didn't quit weed. No, he sent me a fucking hospital wristband. And I've been fucking running this in my head, right? And I didn't know what I wanted to say because I don't know how much I can say here. Oh God, they're trying to stop me right now. They're trying to stop me. My phone just went off. Okay, he sends me a hospital wristband, and I'm not gonna say the name of the condition he claimed to have been diagnosed with. He told me that he had a disorder, and in that moment, and I'm almost positive he's told me he's had it since then, but in that moment, he told me he was 99% sure he was diagnosed with a disorder. And to other people, he expressed that this disorder might be the answer as to why he's freaked out before in the past. He said that his behavior here could be excused for it, and he led me to believe for over a month that he had some disorder.
Boblax also apparently asked Nick for money to help tie him over during his content drought because the YouTube cash just wasn't the same.
He begged me for $2,000 to cover his mortgage. I'm not gonna say begged, he asked me for it, and I very quickly told him no, and he apologized for asking.
If true, it's possible that this disorder would explain the next behavior Josh exhibited. Small commentator Larix had been covering the Boblax drama on his stream for some time, with mostly the petty drama from Twitter being discussed, as well as some old cringe moments from Boblax where he talked about getting pussy and stuff like that. Well, Josh saw this, and he'd eventually hop in a call to ask him for some general advice on how to handle things, which Larix accepted with open arms.
I hope you take care of yourself, man. From the sounds of things are pretty rough right now, but I want to see Boblax thrive and succeed and win. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Alright. Okay. Thanks for the call, bro.
If there's anything, you could just reach out. Alright, see you, man.
This entire thing is honestly a pretty boring private call between two people, so the natural question is, why is this hour-long call even accessible to anyone? Well, it's because Josh recorded the entire thing and then leaked it with the intention of somehow making the opposition look bad. The problem is that it didn't do that. The only person that looked bad was Josh, who decided to ask someone for advice with the express purpose of later using whatever advice he got to expose the person he asked it from. Why? Because Larix was mean to him on a live stream or something. Boblax once again showed his overall pettiness and inability to take criticism. Now, if you've watched any live stream coverage about this, it's clear that at the time, people knew that Boblax was planning to leak this call, and they were warning him not to do it. Despite that, he announced how excited he was to drop it and expose the enemy. By this point, the public knew it was coming, and they all advised him unequivocally not to do so. But he didn't heed anyone's warning and went on to leak it anyway. While it was live on YouTube, he didn't acknowledge any criticism directly that was thrown his way, and he only returned a few days later with a statement that was actually surprisingly mature on its surface. I haven't seen any coverage on me over the past 24 hours to clear my head. I'm sorry, Larix, for pitching our call in a bad light to other creators instead of just calling you back later to explain my frustrations. It's disrespectful, especially after you just tried to help me. Some people, like Willie Mac Show, praised his response for his willingness to take accountability for his actions, while Nick Diorio made it clear that he didn't really buy it. Whatever the case, this was a clear fork in the road for Josh. If he were to just shut up and continue making content, you know, Twitterverse is the thing people wanted to watch from him, perhaps his reputation could be saved even with these unscrupulous behaviors. I mean, at this point, this drama had mostly stayed insular to this small, autistic drama community, so if he just went back to the regular content people on his main channel watched him for, maybe he could be fine. On the other hand, if he were to continue feeding into the drama, he would likely refuse to admit his faults again and be unable to justify his behavior, further escalating the conflicts and getting more and more eyes on him. As discussion on this topic continued and the Boblax drama escalated, an old familiar face even entered the frame. The goth mommy solicitor himself, Tipster. Tipster had left the community and become somewhat of a degenerate, as I already mentioned, but amidst all of this, Boblax had apparently attempted to connect with him, perhaps to spark up some sense of camaraderie over people who had been banished by the commentary community. And Tipster's response to him was certainly welcoming. I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to look for confirmation of whether this was you or not. But since you want to run your mouth, I'll say my piece. Talk all the shit you want, but I knew you were next, and I was right. Literally everything you tried to shit on me for, you did. You're a massive hypocrite, and I have zero sympathy for you. You're getting a taste of your own medicine, and you have no one to blame but yourself. Like, holy shit. You're such a pathetic coward that you deleted your non-binary people are valid tweet after you got a little bit of pushback for it. I've been getting shit on for over a year for my support of the trans community and other LGBTQ+ causes, and not once have I deleted a tweet about it or backed down. Because unlike you, I have the balls to stand by my principles. And if that wasn't bad enough, you begged Alex fucking Gekmo to delete a tweet because it hurt your fifis. There's a lot of valid criticism of me and how I've mishandled things in the past, but not even I begged a random Twitter dipshit to delete a tweet because it was too mean. You're a spineless coward and the last person who should be trying to bully anyone. It's also interesting hearing people talk about how you were extremely dishonest with them and kept sending them mixed messages, because that sounds a hell of a lot like our last interaction, doesn't it? You let me hang out to dry. Well, everyone went at me about how I backstabbed you. Meanwhile, you were in my DMs telling me you weren't mad at me, we were cool. And let's not forget all the times you talked shit on streams and then DM me after about how you were just joking and didn't mean what you said. Well, now everyone sees who you really are, Josh. You're a dishonest little shit who constantly plays both sides because you care far too much about what everyone thinks about you. You're so desperate for everyone's approval and want so badly to be liked by everyone. Meanwhile, your sad fence-sitting ass pleases no one. And because of that, your word ain't shit, and you stand by nothing you say ever. So stop pretending to be a bully, because you're not a bully of anyone. You're just a bitch who falls like a house of cards with the slightest criticism. Have a nice life, Josh. Don't bother responding, because I won't bother reading it. And stop feeling bad for yourself and own your shit. I took my fucking L's. Now it's time for you to take yours. Thank you, fuck you, bye. As funny as this is just Tipster saying this, right? Like, he's a commentary lolcow. I made a video about him, I made the diss track. You all know the swag if you remember that era. He's not really a respected guy. But ultimately, the venue for the final nail in the Boblack's coffin would come from an old buddy. On September 19th, Augie RFC posted teaser art that would involve Boblack's, his biggest critic, literally and metaphorically speaking, and a mysterious shadowy figure. People obviously picked up on what this meant. And that same night, Augie would make a return to YouTube streaming. Nick and Boblax would hop in the call to an audience of over 4,000 live viewers, and they began dissecting every single drama Josh had been involved in. He would open by seemingly admitting to his faults and leaking the call with lyrics.
It was an overreaction. I shouldn't have fucking reacted that way in the first place, you know? So yeah, I apologize for that on Twitter.
But Augie would take issue with this apology as he failed to acknowledge that from the start he was planning to snake lyrics. He was ultimately unable to justify why he released it, other than the fact that after he had given him advice, Lyric still covered his drama in subsequent streams, which of course would not negate the advice he gave him or make it any more dishonest. Because frankly, if you listen to it, if Boblax had just taken his advice and shut his mouth, there wouldn't even be anything to talk about at this point. My video wouldn't exist. The conversation then shifted to the topic of his supposed mental illness, specifically Josh's explanation that he had a diagnosis for BPD, which could potentially explain away his actions. He had told Nick privately that he had borderline personality disorder, which is an extremely powerful psychological disorder proudly displayed by Hello Kitty
he
girls
does not have
world.
BPD.
My mood swings were that crazy where that was happening. Like, for example, I was like shitting on my best friend. And
You're
then, like,
such an asshole.
Did you ever think Lyrics was the devil?
Not exactly, but I was very mad at him. I mean, that's obviously hyperbolic. I don't think like these people act, but yeah, like my mood swings were like extreme, and I just like felt like that's what was it, and I was like looking, I don't know. So that's why I said I'm 99% sure. And then
You were copying other people with personalities because you don't have one. Ooh, imposter syndrome, pretty much the voice of it. Okay, BRB. We gotta beat.
Ichoiraku says, Ichoiraku has reached level 41.
Okay, much better. Sorry.
Also got medication that is used for people who have BPD, like people that.
Yeah, it's also used for people who are manic.
Yeah, and it was prescribed to me for them.
But over the course of the conversation, Josh eventually had to admit
They're all on
he had lied
meds.
about this diagnosis in the same way that Boogie had lied about having cancer as a means of escaping criticism for his actions.
Yeah, but I thought it was.
Wait, is this like a Boogie moment? Like, hold on now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Then why did you say it was?
Yeah, he's a fake biter like Boogie. Yeah.
Well, yesterday you were adamant that it was not a Boogie moment, but you went public with a diagnosis you didn't have. Well, you didn't go public. Sorry, I apologize. You took it to not really. You took it to several different people, and the reason why I think it's as bad, if not worse, is you were actively using this to your advantage.
Actively using this to your advantage.
Really embarrassing interaction with myself. I guess your personal friend. I imagine you told him too. That would add an extra person on the list. I think you actually described me as your victim at one point in messages. But you did this with Connor. You did this with Alex. And yesterday you were telling me you felt like you owed Alex an explanation as to why this even occurred in the first place. I personally don't think that's true. I think you're lying. I think that you wanted him not to release those messages. So you went, hey, I have BPD. I'm on meds now. I'm better. Please don't leak my DMs.
The topic of the false allegation against Destiny was eventually broached, with Josh having a very, very hard time admitting that he had pushed a false claim about someone when he felt it was convenient. He danced around the topic in a way that chat found extremely frustrating, and he was railed on for it.
So you think that Destiny, because he makes jokes on Twitter, that makes him comfortable with legitimate files in your own personal?
He was comfortable with platforming Mr. Girl when he says that, so like, I don't know.
You see how this logic line doesn't line up? Like, if you think that Mr. Girl is a file, if that's your position, and you're saying that Destiny thinks that, like, because he's joked about things in the past, he'd be okay to hang out with real files. I'm just wondering, I've made jokes in the past. Would I hang out with a rapist?
Well, you're not platforming a rapist consistently on your stream.
Sure, I didn't say I was, but your argument is that because he's made jokes about it.
Between you and Destiny.
Yeah, but no, okay, but well, I know I'm very different than Destiny. Sure, thank you. Flamenco would be mad at you for saying that.
Well, you know what I meant.
No, but you're saying that because he's made jokes about pedophilia, he'd be okay with platforming a file. I'm saying I've made jokes about rape. Would I platform a rapist? Like, is that the same logical dialogue tree?
Overall, the conversation didn't go that well for Boblax, and by the end of it, he left abruptly before Keemstar was about to enter the call. Josh had now been shown to be manipulative and cowardly to the only audience of people that ever gave a shit about his personality in the first place, and it seemed like he was unable to handle the pressure that he had dished out to so many before. Now, there are a lot of other moments that came out after this that further illustrate his character, like his unhinged rant to Nick over DMs.
I'm always worried about being too whiny or bitchy, which is why I let retards like Keem step on me for so many years with zero respect. And now I see you're doing the same shit with Destiny, letting him step all over you, trying to correct the record. And he called you a big retard on his stream over fucking Boogie 2988 DMs. Pathetic is what I think it is. I don't know, man. Maybe it's harsh, but I think you're a talented, smart, loving dude. But sometimes you're dense as fuck. Why do you think my debate with Destiny stood the test of time, but yours didn't, despite it being the same topic?
What?
You're not smarter than me, Nick. We're just smart in different ways. You need to hold me to the same respect level you have for yourself, or I don't want to be your close online friend slash
your close online friend
anymore.
Co-worker.
There's a lot of funny stuff here for sure, but I think that the greatest takeaway I got from this is in relation to Boblax's ego. And this all ties into the very beginning of his career. You see, Boblax began his time on YouTube as a man who wanted attention, as all YouTubers do. So he made gaming videos, but they never really took off, and so he did the one thing that he knew would get him traction, which is talking about the misdeeds of other people. And that really took off. But it had nothing to do with him or who he was or even what he had to say, because the content was never about him. It was simply an archive of the people he talked about. And to me, that's a completely respectable career choice, but clearly this was not enough for him, which is why he sought out a sense of community through Augie. That's why he bought a Tesla and bragged about it, despite admitting he had spent over half his savings on a stupid car. He bought a when Teslas were a trendy, cool vehicle for the hip zoomies to buy. He wanted to feel the respect of being a YouTube personality that people cared about, that people wanted to listen to. That's why he hated the idea of Nick viewing Destiny in any kind of favorable light, despite the fact that he destroyed him in a debate. That's why he started the Tipster bully streams, despite the fact that, in Tipster's own words, Boblax ultimately was guilty of the same exact shit that Tipster was. Boblax didn't just run away from the criticisms made of him as a person during the copyright saga because his stance on copyright was inconsistent. It's because it struck him to the very core of the only thing that got him respect on YouTube in the first place, which is that he was a victim of copyright abuse. Bobby, shout out to you if you're watching this. I'm gonna make a controversial statement here. I don't think that Boblax is inherently a terrible person, and I think that you can acknowledge that his autism and whatever mental illness he may have, which I think he has something, whether it's BPD or not, he did lie about that, which is, you know, very criticizable, but I think from his DMs it's clear that he has something, right? He's had these crazy meltdowns. This is not the actions of a totally mentally
he's a totally fine dude.
He's got something, okay?
Who's
and I think
hiding.
it's
It's
okay to
called
that these things do tie into
It's called being a sociopath. That's what he has. He's a sociopath, I think. He doesn't feel emotion.
behavior. But they're not an excuse. And the YouTube commentary community is not a place for therapy sessions. It is a place where people are critical of others' actions.
Yeah, it's not a place for...
He has never afforded the mental illness excuse to anyone else ever. Therefore, why should it be afforded to him? Frankly, at this point, there's no reason to trust this guy's takes on anything ever again. But if he wants to make content, he can. He can just make gaming content or something. He can make Pikmin content. He can make Super Mario content. You know, whatever really makes him happy. Maybe this time it will actually work out. To me, this is the final fork in the road. He's down on his money. He's down on his luck. He has no respect from the commentary community. But it doesn't mean his life is over. As with almost anyone who hasn't done something that's completely beyond the pale of, like, you know, being respectable in some way again, right? Boblax didn't diddle a kid or something. As with anyone who hasn't done something demonstrably evil like that, I think he could come back to YouTube and probably be fine. But not under the name Boblax and not as a drama creator. That ship has sailed. I've been Tom. Thanks for watching. Thanks for buying all the merch, by the way. Sold out.
Yeah, sold out, huh?
Pretty quick. And I'll catch you all in the next video. Goodbye.
A lot of these people just don't like it. It is like very obvious in the way that they talk that they feel personally uncomfortable with it.
Women shouldn't box.
Oh. I was kind of shocked by his take. I was about to like, be like, no, there's no way they actually think
oh
that.
my
they just,
god.
You know, are misguided, but they
Sexist.
actually think women shouldn't box at all.
It's wrong. I can't watch it.
iDubbbz new video about women. So iDubbbz made a new video. Interesting. It's kind of sad when you look up iDubbbz and how the most popular video is a video shitting on him. How iDubbbz lost his entire audience in 1 month. Clickbait title, don't you think? All right, 100% woman is a new video he made. I think this is about the Olympic woman who people said was trans but wasn't actually trans and did have a pussy but was just like kind of a naturally high test woman, I believe, is the situation here. That's my understanding. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be a good video. It could be the case. You don't know. I've wanted some good iDubbbz content. Maybe it'll be good, you know? Maybe it'll be fire. 100% woman, the new video by iDubbbz. Is it Kino?
People don't go into fighting that had great lives. And people don't do well at fighting that had great lives. So now I'm looking at this athlete. I don't imagine she was Miss Popular at school. I don't imagine a lot of nice things happened to her. But I do know the sacrifice that it would take to make an Olympic team, let alone to make the Olympic finals. You have no money. You have no job. This doesn't pay.
Oh, you're kidding me. I don't think it's YouTube right now, honestly. If I'm being honest. If I'm being completely honest with myself. Is the new iDubbbz video good is the question we're going to be answering today, okay? We're asking and hopefully answering, because I would love to know,
money.
You know? 27 minutes long, called 100% Woman. It might be good. It might be fire. It might be interesting. It might be Kino. It might be a game changer. I'm open to it, okay? I'm open to it. New iDubbbz commentary video. At the very least, I like to see a new commentary video from him, you know? I do. It's bad. We'll find out. We will find out.
People don't go into fighting that had great lives. And people don't do well at fighting that had great lives. So now I'm looking at this athlete. I don't imagine she was Miss Popular at school. I don't imagine a lot of nice things happened to her. But I do know the sacrifice that it would take to make an Olympic team, let alone to make the Olympic finals. You have no money. You have no job. This doesn't pay. But there is one payoff, which if should you succeed, and only 3 of them will, gold, silver, and bronze, somebody somewhere will pat you on the back and tell you good job. She's an amateur athlete. She's gonna go fight 4 people this week and get nothing for it. None of you would have even known she was fighting. So now imagine you reach your goal, you sacrificed, you ate the SpaghettiOs, you lived 3 deep down in mom's basement, you did all of these things, and you brought honor to your country. Not only did somebody not tell you good job, which is the only thing you ever hope to get, they now do the opposite. And they tell you you're a man. You think life for her gets better?
Jesus. Logan Paul says, this is the purest form of evil unfolding right before your eyes. A man was allowed to beat up a woman on a global stage, crushing her life's dream while fighting for her deceased father. The delusion must end. Jake says, this is sickening. This is a travesty. Doesn't matter what you believe. This is wrong and dangerous. J.K. Rowling says, could any picture sum up our new men's rights movement better? The smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he's just punched in the head, and whose life ambition he's just shattered. Well, I think that men beating women is base, so I think that should happen in the Olympics, personally. I think there should be a domestic abuse competition.
This is such a terrible thing for her to have said about her. And it's not true. There is no test.
My understanding of the situation from reading about it a little bit, because there was a video I did about Tyler won in the whole controversy. My basic takeaway was like this. I think her name is Iman Khalif. They are technically a woman. Like they're not. I think a lot of people thought that they were like trans, like male to female, which is why they were all like, this fucking guy is fighting. But I think they're not even a guy. I think they are like a woman with a pussy like from birth, but their chromosomes were like fucked up or something, which is like rare, but it does happen, and they're like relatively masculine. But I don't think it was just a straight up guy. That was my understanding. A woman with a pussy from birth. Well, there are a lot of women with dicks from birth you see around these days who are running around, so I think it's an important distinction. These lines have been blurred. These lines have been blurred quite a bit. Thank you, Booty Call Hotline, for becoming a member. Piers Morgan forced to delete tweet after Iman Khalif wins Olympic boxing gold. Logan Paul misses spreading misinformation after calling Algerian boxer a man. J.K. Rowling deletes tweets. Whoa, they all had to walk it back.
Oh boy. It might feel like a gender controversy at the Olympics is a very 2024 kind of issue, but we've always been obsessed with other people's gender. Like, ever since the 30s, we were, like, pointing fingers at other countries saying, your women aren't like our women. Our women are normal. Your women are actually men dressed up as women. And as soon as that thought, like, permeated the globe, like, we haven't been able to let it go. And now that people are trans-identifying, it feels like all of it has, like, reached a boiling point. So the transgender women and even the cisgendered women, they're all getting shat on. It takes no prisoners. We got Alona Mar.
I always get these comments, but like recently it kind of ramped up. Was I get comments being called a man and being called masculine, and asking if I'm on steroids.
You got Katie Ledecky.
This is like a very common trend. I don't know how much of it is like quote unquote transphobia versus like fetishization. There's this weird trend online of like guys who will like call women boys, but it's like they want them to be a dude. It's like they want them to be a guy. It's like a fetishistic thing, which is crazy. But that is a thing you see quite a bit. And it's like, why? Like, why are you being an unironic chaser? I don't think it's a good thing to be a chaser. I think the term chaser should just be switched around to be called being gay, generally speaking. I think that would probably be, in the public's best interest to just flip that. Like, you're a chaser, obviously, like, if you're specifically attracted to a person because they transitioned, I think that probably makes you gay to some extent.
Also being called a man, you can rest assured that if you're a woman who's talented in sports, you're going to be called a man. You also have 2 Zambian football players who are targeted specifically by Australian news outlets.
Look at the MLP Misty controversy with Andy Price. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. So this is normal, but that is actually insane. It's actually insane. Okay, maybe I will. Maybe I will take a look.
There's 2 athletes.
I will say, listen, to give him credit where credit's due, I feel like shaving his head is good. I didn't even, normally when I watch his videos, I feel like I just have to comment on how fucked up his mullet is, but even as a guy with a fucked up haircut a lot of the time. But I will say, shaving his head, he looks good. He does, okay? I think that's for the best. His haircut, like, I feel like in the last 100 videos I've seen were like super fucked up. Looks like a skinhead. Well, that's cool. What's wrong with that? Looking like a skinhead is freaking awesome, okay? It's much better than whatever he was doing before, all right? He looks like he was like knockoff Curtis Connor, which is a dark place to be. You don't want to be Curtis Connor in the first place. Never mind a knockoff Curtis Connor. That's an extremely dark sort of area to be in online, in my opinion. He looks like a bowler. Do bowlers look... Is this what bowlers look like? People who bowl look like this? What do you mean?
Ball players who are targeted specifically by Australian news outlets.
There's 2 athletes in the Zambian football team who played against the Matildas the other day.
2 of them are on the Zambian football team, and our Matildas went to play with them. You have to ask yourself, were you not a biological male, would you have scored twice against our girls?
What's even worse? All girls are girls. All girls are girls. All girls have long hair. All girls have XX chromosomes. The Matildas. We should rename the Matildas the XXs, so they know that we're girls. And lastly, you have Lin Yuting of Taipei and Iman Khalif of Algeria, the 2 women boxers who are competing at this year's Olympics. As a professional boxer and boxing promoter and radical trans activist, I felt like this story was tailor-made for me. One of the first things that I discovered was that there were more people talking about Iman Khalif than the Olympic Dutch rapist.
Wait, what?
More people talking about Iman Khalif than the Olympic...
Steven Van de Velde? Olympic Dutch rapist? Steven Van de Velde? What?
Dutch beach volleyball player and convicted child rapist was greeted by boos from the crowd on his Olympic debut in Paris.
What'd you do? Your time, and then you thought you would be an Olympic star? You did time for child rape, then you thought you would be an Olympic star? I think they should boo you.
Steven van de Velde, at 29, was sentenced to 4 years in prison in 2016.
4 years?
For a sex attack on a 12-year-old British girl.
12-year-old British girl.
2 years earlier.
4 years, that's it?
When he was 19. He served just 12 months of his sentence, and some...
They were kids? Yeah, they probably were.
Fans at the Eiffel Tower Stadium showed their disapproval of his appearance at the...
Yeah, I kind of do. I disapprove.
The Games. Paris...
We're better than this.
Olympics 2024 latest. Team GB Ace pulls out of Games. When he arrived alongside teammate Matthew Immers for their match against Italian pair Alex Rangieri and Adrian Carambula, there were some cheers as well as boos, but unlike his fellow competitors, there were no cheers when Van de Velde was introduced to the crowd, with some boos again clearly heard. Van de Velde met his victim on Facebook and traveled from Amsterdam to the UK in 2014. And
Amsterdam to England. He traveled from Amsterdam to England to rape a British girl?
Girl at an address in Milton Keynes.
Milton Keynes.
He is understood not to be staying in the Olympic Village at his own request and will not conduct the usual post-match interviews. The Dutch Olympic Committee maintained...
Yeah, this was a disaster. You shouldn't have tried this.
Van de Velde has been successfully rehabilitated and deserves...
Successfully rehabilitated.
...his place in the squad.
No, he was lusting after a 12-year-old girl. He's always going to be like that.
The International Volleyball Federation said it was unable to stop the Netherlands from sending Van de Velde to Paris after he qualified in the usual way.
Everything's all fucked now. I hate humanity. This is the humanity that I know. This is the humanity that I know. This is the Ezra Millers of the world. They're running slipshod all over everybody. It's fucked up. Yeah, I watched this one. This one was really good. The Patrick C. Oh, no, this is brand new. It's brand new. Never mind, we'll do this.
2009, two vastly different men were trying to prove that they deserve to be the host.
But I'm ahead of myself. I do want to finish the Keffels video because I'll get disconnected from it if I don't. So, oh, no, we're not done here. We're not done here. But I want to start with the video that I started with. Yep.
My dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened, the activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the arrest, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed, so she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, that's... Is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't...
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice.
Says, can I join the bunny squad?
Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day, because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements, and either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Kibbles launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Clara's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately. after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the Uber, the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside
I want to hear it again. I'm sorry. Break it on down. Break it on down. Break it on down.
I got an email.
For trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the Uber, the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again.
Yes, but you connected your Uber account to an account that has money. And that's what happens when you have money. Like, the only reason they were able to order $500 worth of Uber Eats food for you is because you have money. I'm sorry, but it's like I feel no sympathy for you. I've never had enough money to have somebody ever order Uber Eats on me and have it stick because I've just never had any money. So I just, like, it's actually very funny to me. Like, I think you're trying to play these games with the big boys to try to pull big money off your fucking clout career or with some shit. But like, honestly, you should know mankind is dead, and the only thing you could ever get from them is sorrow. All you can ever get from them is $500 worth of worthless Uber Eats food, which I'm sure you were gratefully happy for when you refunded it or whatever. But I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I don't understand. The only reason they're fucking with you is you built your legitimacy out of nothing. A working man has nothing to fear, or working woman, or anything, really. A working person who lived a real life and did something with their lives has nothing to fear. The reason that you got this hate look with a bunch of fear on your face and all this is because they found you lacking. When they drew you to some sort of iron, you burned, and it sort of sucks. Like, weakness will cause a lot of people to target you. Like, these days, I look for the people that target for me, and I'm like, oh, you want to fuck with me? I'll put you in jail. Yeah, I've done that already. You want to go to jail? But this person, I don't think you have that strength. And I think if you can't take the heat, get your ass out the kitchen.
That this time I also got...
That's Coolio. Got some Coolio advice for you. Fucking rapper advice for you. If you can't take the heat, get your ass out the kitchen. We on a mission. You're not.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe.
Oh, God. Why are you jet setting around Europe? These trolls are going to eat you alive. If you're didn't
have the resources
oh,
to
no.
Stop.
Stop.
You moving to Europe?
Go back. No, go back.
Police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls.
Sorrenti is concerned London police don't have the resources to stop online trolls who are based all over the world. Yeah, I don't think so. No, I don't think the cops can fight the online trolls. No, I respect my online trolls. I don't like you guys, but I respect you. You understand? I am very fearful of what you can do to my life. My 9 lives. Excuse me. I'm very fearful of what my trolls can do to my 9 lives, But one thing you'll never hear me do is talk on Twitter, try to brag, some kind of humble brag or something like that. Try to brag. No. Act like an asshole. You're never going to see me harm anybody on this stream. You'll see me physically and not physically, but like you'll see me physically type verbal things that harm people, but you'll never see me actually make somebody cry or something like that. You'll never see me harm anybody. It's just never happened. I respect people more than that. I'll hurt their feelings about the choices that they've made on the video games that they play, but I'll never harm anybody. You understand? I'll never be any of these things. And so I respect my trolls, and I don't go to battle with them unless they come and hurt me. You understand? Very simple thing. This person went looking to target people, make them a target of maybe the police, honestly. And that's the problem. You didn't respect the power that the public has over you. And then you make enemies of everybody, which I just do not recommend. You understand? No matter what shit I might talk about some fucking video game nerds who fuck with me, you'll never see me diss somebody in the real fucking world like they don't matter or their lives don't matter or anything. I might say something funny for a bit that'll probably get me in trouble, but I would say it's probably the worst sin I'll ever probably engage in, you know? But I'll never pick a battle with somebody online trying to take them down or say that they're worth less. I've even had crazy moments where my stalker was in my fucking Discord with like 30 people and about 15 of them were random and the other 15 were my clan, and this person was crying. This 15-year-old was just crying to like 30 people about how fucked up they were. And all these people were just yelling at them for how fucked up they've been. And I bring this up not to hurt them, but just to remind them that it happened, you know? And say that like I did not cause that. You know what I'm saying? I respect the power that the public has over a public figure. I do. And I don't wish any fights with you. I don't want any problems or anything like that. Harassers from all over the place. Yep, from all over the world and everything, right? This person went looking for somebody to battle. My thing is unless you attack me first, I think you and I are good. You know, it's why, well, I mean, I press charges, but I only press charges because my family demanded that I do so. My thing was that I don't want to battle with anybody that I've never met. How am I supposed to dress? What battle is it? Do I bring a weapon? Do I bring a real life weapon? Do I bring a fake weapon? Do I bring a lawyer? Do I bring an internet weapon? I don't know what I bring for the battle with my 7 trolls on the internet. I don't really know what I bring to a battle like that. So I just respect them, and I try not to piss them off any further than when they attack me. When they attack me, I tell them that they're the toilet monsters brewing up out of the toilet, you know? And I tell them right to their fucking face that they've relapsed and they've lost control over their actions and all kinds of nasty shit. But do I ever not respect the power they have? No. No. I've dealt with some fucking form of it all of my known life, being a lead singer, being the popular kid, the guy who slept with the prom queen who had 7 dudes in love with her, the guy who slept with the hottest raver girl in the Denver School of the Arts who had 7 dudes in love with her. That was the other girl. I chose the 2 prom queens in the city to fall in love with. And they fell in love with me, and it was kind of messy. It was like messy. And one of them did cheat because she had so many fucking men chasing her all the time that she just got weak. And I feel sorry about that. She shaved her head bald over it. But understand, like something about women, like the minute that I disrespect them, I lose them. So I just stopped doing that like 20 years ago. I just stopped doing it. And the same is true of the trolls. Now I might talk shit that they're worthless pieces of shit that boiled up out of the skibbity fucking toilet, and I'll pick a fight with them or whatever. But I don't do this to harm them. I do them to let them know that I've never been any weaker or stronger than them. I'm the same as them. We're all cut from the same cloth. I come from the Call of Duty Activision lobbies with the same people, same trolls, same fucked up shit, you know? Same fucked up internet sites like Totsi and shit. Same shit that fucking eats your soul. Same problems, same people, same shit. And trust me, I come from the same place as you, and I don't really see a difference between them and me. I don't really see a difference between these trolls and me at all. None of them have done anything worse than me. At all. None of them. Even the worst thing that they did is still not as bad as anything I've done. So I think about it like, oh, well, I just want peace with these people. I want peace now. I'll ask for it live on stream. I want peace now with these people because I don't really see a fucking difference between them and me. I think they picked me thinking that they thought that I thought I was better than them. But no, I don't see any fucking difference between me and the worst person that I've met.
And then she went live to.
There's no lording it over. There's no difference or saying that I'm better than you or I'm a holier than thou or anything like that. No, I consider myself basically worse than the worst troll that I've got, or whatever you call it, with the worst heckler, the worst fucking stalker, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm trying to do it like deal respect to them to understand. I don't want to devalue them to one word. I just don't know how else to say it. I don't want any more battles with any more humans. You know what I'm saying? And if you need my career to die, then so be it. I still don't want a goddamn battle with you. I don't want to battle with anybody like this. You understand? Look at how it plays out in real time. It's fucking terrible. I don't want to battle with them. I don't think I'm any different from them. I would never target anybody like them. I'm not a piece of shit like them. But other than that, I would say I'm basically the same person. Other than that, I'm willing to talk shit. I'm willing to fucking block 105 people right in front of their fucking faces and let them know I just did it. You know, I don't care about fucking people or their fucking feelings at all. But what I don't feel is this desire to harm anybody or ever fuck with my trolls or ever put them in jail or anything like this. I think that they're just fucked up individuals like me. You know, it's fucked up like that. And that is the difference. This person had to go to battle with them. The only time I ever go to battle with anybody who ever attacks me is if they're currently in my face.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm going to be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying.
You should move to France. They'll accept you a lot more than America will. America is mostly racist, mostly sexist, mostly homophobe. About 50% if you want the actual number. It's like 50%. A trans person won't do well in America. It's fucked up like that, but it's goddamn true. Look at all the shit that's going on in the news and all the stuff that's happening. All the hatred over the Olympics, fucking beautiful women and all that stuff. You understand? It's never gonna be anything but hostile. The piece of shit fucking human beings are piece of shit human beings. It's never going to be anything but low-key hostile. So honestly, when I receive a low-key hostile response from somebody, I'm like, oh, that's normal. You know, it's fucked up, but it's true. When I get low-key hostile from somebody, I'm like, oh, well, that guy's normal.
Back in Canada.
In this reality, yeah, within this climate, if you're low-key hostile and you hate everybody, that's kind of fucking normal, isn't it, Norman? That's normal, isn't it, Norman? Much better, sorry.
And I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while.
Do not broadcast your movements when you're all the world's target. I'm sorry, but I just don't see any strategy out of these imposter syndrome people. I think that they're just going to adapt to everything that happens. But no, you have to be something. You have to be someone.
I think
I got doxxed again. I'm leaving the continent. Which is sort of like saying, haha, fuck the country that I grew up in, fuck America, I'm just going to leave the continent because of trolls or whatever. And they're not going to like that. They're going to target you further, right? Trust me, I've felt the same. I've been in the same situation. I'm leaving the continent. I've definitely been there. I feel that way. But, like, the difference is if you say it on Twitter, you're going to get eaten alive. Like what happened to you in high school. You weren't prom king like me. You were a goddamn fucking loser and you got eaten alive in high school. I can see it from your facial movements.
Okay, the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going...
In my year, nobody played football. We didn't even have a football field. So it's just like pretty much the most popular guy in the school and the most popular girl in the school. And I took it. I won it. You know what I'm saying? I sang at the Magnus Arena down by DU, which is Denver University. I sang at the Magnus Arena for 7,000 people. It's a Wonderful Life. You know, and I don't really agree with that song, but I did it. You know, I did it because I was prom king. I was the only buddy in the grade that was a lead singer in a successful band.
To be coming over. And we'll stay together.
I was like the only person willing to sing to 7,000 people who didn't feel fear. I was fucking the hottest girl in high school, and I like these stories because they make me feel like hot shit. But that didn't stop. It kept happening the rest of my life. I kept fucking the hottest girl in the world, pretty much.
For a while.
You want to know how I did this? Respecting them. Actually respecting them to their face. It's simple.
On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at.
No, I don't want that.
Which will give us a really good time frame of what we're gonna do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving
Just like I respect the trolls. Like they're probably listening right now, right? I still respect them. I'm like, yep, you have power. You can hurt me. You do all the time. I'm not interested. I don't really think it's good power. I think it actually hurts you more than it does me. I think it's fucked up. I think it's corrupt and jaded and fucked up and sick and dark and fucked up and just obsessed and fucked up and relapsey and kind of drug addiction-y, worse than any drugs I ever did or anything like that. And I can understand all of it because I've been there. I've been a drug fiend. I've been a drug dealer. I've been a kingpin. I've been all those places. I've tried to convince girls to sell sex. I've tried to do terrible things. And like, understand, like, I never did do any nasty things to anybody because I respected them too much. You know, I never really took advantage of anybody. Any problems or people that I stepped on or anything that I caused, I fixed. And anybody will tell you, you know. And at the end, I was like, I'm sorry this happened. It was a crazy time. Here's this and here's that. And I'm sorry this happened. It's my fault. I lost control. Here's this, you know, and you make your fucking, your I believe in restitution.
Details. Stop telling me what to do.
And so the minute that you're like making this crazy video.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe?"
Oh my God. At that point, you're just like, hey, are you a random person who wants to kill me? Let's hook up.
No, if you want to meet up. Her first stream back.
Please don't do that.
Revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland.
And you hooked up with a cool person. Good for you. I could never ask the internet for help. That's not happening. I'll die first. I'm not asking the internet for some place to live. I'll die first. I'll fucking die first. That to me is like you've lost all semblance of a human being. And you're basically just asking randos for change on the corner at that point. But I've done that a lot. And trust me, it wasn't something I'm proud of, and I would never go back to it, and I didn't do it a lot when I did it. maybe 3-4 times, and I was like, nope, I'm never doing this again, and I didn't. And I feel the same about asking all of humanity for help. I think that's like asking Satan for help. Yeah, he'll help you into a good laugh, into a good joke, into a good troll.
Staying with a friend?
If you think Satan's going to give you a place for free without some kind of cost, you're a fucking idiot who deserves what you get.
I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is? Very dense country.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. It's a dense country. There's no way.
I do not think it's going to be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found...
Ellen from now on.
...within 24 hours.
Ellen Murray from Belfast.
Dense Ireland.
Oh, look, somebody actually awesome got involved. Somebody who's fabulous got involved, which I think is awesome. This scrub fucking muggle sucks dick and fails at everything that they touch, like the king shitter that they are. But I think this other person is fabulous and wonderful, and let's listen.
It is very dense country. I do not think it's going to be a problem.
I do, because you have all the world hunting you.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and...
Ellen had been doxxed because they're trans.
Their apartment was found within 24 hours.
Ellen is also a blank.
And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were able to...
Not Kiwi Farms.
...find her location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it. Or
No. All of this is crazy, and you're unhinged cartoon characters if you think differently.
Careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument...
Yeah, you kind of do deserve this madness if you engage in this sort of mudslinging crazy shit.
Is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another...
Yeah, to leave... If you're willing to expatriate because of trolls... You probably might not do well. Your DNA might exit the gene pool, you know? All the time I get terrified that I've had kids and I don't know it. My worry is in the other direction. All the time I get very worried that I've had kids and I don't know it. All the time I'm more worried about that than I am way more worried about that than never breeding. I'm way more worried about the kids that I don't know about. It's true too. This isn't some lie, you know. It's like I am way more worried about the kids that I don't know about than I could ever be worried about expatriation due to trolls. I might have to expatriate because of all the women I might have impregnated, but I don't think I'll ever have to expatriate because of trolls. God damn it. I'm really more of the before rehab friend. By the time somebody's actually talking about me, I'm long gone. You know what I'm saying?
Continent to escape trolls. There is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example,
yeah, for instance, stop talking on Twitter. Stop talking on Twitter. Stop talking on Twitter. Stop talking on Twitter.
Equipment is specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance.
On Twitter.
At one point, Ellen revealed there were
which is like they have to the second notification of where exactly the fuck you are. Like down to the second. It's my worst nightmare. Any fucking idiot could just find you wherever the fuck you are. No thank you. No thank you. Many people were very surprised when I said that I wanted to be a streamer. My parents, my family, my best friends, everybody was like, what? You're like the most secretive, most fucking private, most fucking like secretive person. Most discreet person I've ever known. That was like pretty much all of their reaction. They were like, there's no way you could ever be a public figure. You have such a dark past. I got that from everybody, even my parents. They were like, there's no way you could ever be a public figure. You have such a dark past. And I was like, watch me. I'll just fess up to all of it and I'll just tell them all of it. I don't care. Watch me. I've not done anything that would ever instigate like a cancel. No. Maybe sold drugs. I sold meth, I guess. I guess that could get me canceled, I suppose. But the problem is, many people pressured me to do that. Many people around me pressured me to do that. It's not like I was like, oh, I'm going to sell meth and I'm going to make a lot of money off these chumps or some weird fucking jack-off fantasy. Many people around me pressured me to sell them meth safely. God damn it. I'm dead serious too. My best friends all pressured me to sell them meth. And they were like, please do it safely and don't ever fuck me. And I'm like, yeah, all right.
Truck in Belfast.
I mean, there was a cook living downstairs. It was easier than I thought it would be.
The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland.
As soon as I got to $3,000 a day, he went to jail. Pretty much. I learned my lesson. As soon as I started making $3,000 a day, he was up so long cooking meth and slinging dope and shit that he was up for like 6 days and shit. When I put extra pressure on him, he was up for 6 days because I was showing up every day demanding like $3,600 worth of dope. And I did that for about 10 days straight. And he was like, I don't have it. And I was like, well, okay, I lost my business. And he was like, I lost my business too. I mean, I have a lot of money, but I can't supply you what you need. And I was like, that's okay. And at that point, I just kind of quit out. I was like, I don't know. And he went to jail. He had been up for 6 days. He went to park with this girl that we knew. I don't even remember her name now, but I hated her. And he parked with this girl. And she didn't save him when the cops shined their lights. She didn't warn him at all. She just got out of the car and ran. And they let her run. And so when they rolled him, he had like 6 pounds of dope in the manifold. And I spent like 3 months trying to recover that. And I couldn't come up with a plan that didn't end in jail, you know? So I just stopped thinking about it. I was like, I'm not going to try and recover this dope. Because if I don't recover the dope, our business is over. If I do recover the dope, I'll probably go to jail. So I was like, I'm just going to let this one go. You know, you ever been in that situation where you just let this one go? You see the damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you recover the dope, you continue a whole bunch of people to be drug addicts and you definitely like cause a lot of damage to your community. If you just don't do anything, you're probably fine. Honestly, that's how I looked at it at the time. I was like, well, I could go break into the fucking impound, make it to the manifold, and liberate that 6 pounds of dope that all the other dope fiends in the community are talking about, and somehow fucking get away with it without somebody narking me out and without somebody robbing me for the dope afterwards or anything like that, right? I can probably recover 6 pounds of dope out of the fucking Ford Focus manifold if I tried. I could probably do that. But the problem is, afterwards, when people find out that you got 6 pounds of dope, which they will, when you are smoking for 10 days straight, you got no problems. They'll figure out that you have like 6 pounds of dope or something like that, right? They'll just figure out that's how it works. That's how Rust works. That's how real life works. If you walk on down to that boxing match with the mink coat, you, Mr. Frank Wright, are going to pull the FBI. That's what happens. This is why we don't brag about fucking Teslas in our scrub reaction fucking content fucking crew or whatever. We just like move on with our lives and shit. We don't talk shit about anybody because anybody could technically take you down when you're dirty. Anybody. You ever actually been a criminal? Anybody can pretty much take you down. Even your own fucking family. They can sink you with a lawyer or something like that. Even your own fucking family can sink you. If you've never actually been a full-blown kingpin, you don't know. So what do you do when you're a fucking kingpin? You try to harvest love with everybody that you meet. You hook them up. You try to make them money. You try to hook up your family. You try to give them money for free. You try to hook up everybody that you meet, your crews, everybody. What do? You show love all the time, because anybody that doesn't like you will sink you in a second. And that's why Pablo Escobar, is like basically the greatest drug dealer who ever like lived, because he never dissed anybody who actually worked below him. I don't think ever. And I would say the same. I don't think I've ever dissed anybody.
Reiterate, if you are in hiding.
Not in the game, no. Nope. I just knew better. That motherfucker is going to make an example of you. They can't have anybody talking shit. So I never did. I never did talk shit about anybody. There were times when I really wanted to. Like, I remember my fucking guy P. I went up to his fucking hotel room and he slung me like goddamn 7 grams of shit that wouldn't rock up. It wouldn't crack up. I don't know if you ever smoked meth, but if you put crystals in a bowl and you fucking vaporize them and they won't turn from liquid back into crystal, that's called, that won't crack up. It's MSM. It's worthless fucking cut. And then you go back to the dealer and you demand all of your money back and you say, okay, I want the same drug deal again, but real. And that's how you keep your kingpin friends. You don't ever say, I'm going to shoot you because you fucked me over, 2 grand worth of dope or anything like that. You don't make threats like that. You just say, okay, you're going to make this right now because I've got 350 customers and all of them are calling me and all of them are pissed. You're going to make this right now or I'll never use you again. And they're like, what? And that's about the worst threat that you can make. And you say, hey, I love you. I'm not trying to make some threat to piss you off or something. I'm saying I can't use you again. I've got 350 people that are pissed at me because my shit won't rock up again. And guess what happens? Every single fucking time they slam down 3 pounds of fucking dope on the table. And they're like, here you go. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. That happened to me like 11 times or something. But when you're like, no, I got 350 fucking people calling me and I can't sling this bullshit. It won't even rock up or whatever. Fuck you. Take your money or whatever. And you and I are done or whatever. And they're like, nah, sit around for a bit. And they'll have you wait there like 5 hours or something. And then they'll bring you real product and they'll be like, I'm sorry, this will never happen again. And it'll happen again. But they don't know. They don't know any more than you do whether the product is good or not. And that's how you know if you've been a kingpin. If you understand that everybody in the fucking scene has no idea how pure that dope is or not. How really stupid it is. Nobody in the entire scene has any clue what product they're touching. Nobody at all.
Why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the...
Yeah, why would you buy new streaming equipment when you don't have a personality?
The public, and then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself
you can probably win a lot more on assumption of bad than you can on assumption of good. If you roll with assumption of bad, like this person's kind of probably bad person, If you roll with that assumption, you're gonna be a lot safer. You understand? I don't know how else to say it to somebody. This is how you know you're dealing with a real one. You understand? Like, I'm not trying to hit you with some fucking fantasy thing. I'm talking about actually dealing with thousands and thousands of people. If you dealt with thousands of people, you understand that you are no better than your balls and your word. That's it.
Make kiwi farm.
And neither are they. And if they're not any better than their balls or their word, just exactly like Scarface said, then they're worthless.
More vicious.
But not always are they aware of the evil that they commit. And that's the problem with shit that won't rock up. Most of the time, the dealer won't even know. The dealer won't know what they're selling you. It's fucked up, but it's true.
And attack me.
The source won't know what they're selling you because they move so much of it, they have no idea.
To the point.
I fell victim to those situations where they thought they could just take advantage of me. But I'm like, no, motherfucker, I'll take telling 350 people that they can't get high right now over you fucking me out of, $3,000 worth of dope. And when they see that you're serious about that, I'll take you fucking me over the 350 people that can't get high right now. and they understand that you're not fucked up, you're just a drug dealer, you have no ill will or anything at all, you're just trying to move weight, they will fix it for you. When they understand that you're not some asshole that's lying or pretending to be something else, and that you actually have business and you have people, and you're more scared of them than you are of the source, that is how you become a successful drug dealer in the Kingpin scene and walk away from it. I've got all kinds of affiliations that I can't drop, you understand? Right to my friend D, right to my friend P, right to my friend A, right to my friend M. I've got drug dealer obligations to people that I haven't seen in 7 years, but I take them fucking seriously. You understand? Seriously.
Where Cloudflare had no choice.
And that's how I walked away from all of it. When it went bad, I was able to be like, I'm sick and I'm bad and I fucked up and I've lost this. And I don't want to be a drug dealer anymore. And that's what I told everybody. I was like, I'm sick and I'm fucked up and I lost this and I don't want to be a drug dealer anymore. It causes too much harm to the community. And that's what I told all the Kingpins and all the people that I met. I was like, I don't want to be a fucking drug dealer anymore. It causes too much harm to my own community. And most of the time I just do it so I can get high. I think most people should do this for money. But I did it so I could get high.
Choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things...
Yeah. Every time anybody fucking attacks me, I publicize it. So I can bring it out in front of a fucking courtroom and be like, nah, 3.5 years ago, I was threatening this person with litigation and shit. Here's them fucking with me again, and here's me fucking yelling at them in real time 4.5 years ago. You know? And that any judge, any lawyer will understand, don't fuck with skycat.live.
That I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod.
Yep. When you understand that you have nothing to fear, nothing but fear itself, you're a lightning rod.
I egged Kiwi Farms on.
The minute that you don't have any fear of these shitheads anymore, you egg them on. Like, I just went up in a fucking slew of 105 people, the worst snakes in all of EVE Online, the worst snakes, and I cussed them out to their face, blocked all 105 of them, made fun of them about how their name is essentially what we say after we fart. Right to their fucking face, to their worst 4 people or whatever. And they think, oh my god, this guy is so fearless that he won't stop. He won't stop, you know? No, I won't stop. Like, I don't care about 105 of you or 105,000 of you or 105 million of you. I'm not going to stop, you know? God damn it, I'm just going to stop this now. It's gotten too busy. I'm going to turn it off. Sorry.
Doomfini says, it's
off. It's got electrolytes.
I wanted them to attack me.
See, I throw bombs, I throw holy hand grenades up in there. Look, because I used to be a professional roper in Worms in 1998. You understand? I was a professional roper long before. I mean, professional, motherfucker. My friends will back me up on this, motherfucker. I'm dead serious, too. I was a professional roper long before there was ever a Call of Duty lobby. I've been around a lot longer than you. I've been doing this a lot longer.
Because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting. He was ultimately banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry. because Keffels has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I completely got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex, and because I was scared of my ex, because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell it. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public. So here's
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Kevels went to go.
Kevels went to go. Fucking Twitter losers. They're so predictable. They're all... Oh, man.
She went up to Melina, and she was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious or so angry she was shaking, right? And she said, tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted. No memes. That happened, okay?
So Keffels moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So, just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So
far, we have the floor plan, do we? We're not insane or anything.
Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment.
I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it... I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices.
New devices, and by that they mean dildos. Dildos.
For IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland.
Buying dildos in Spain. Buying dildos in Europe. Buying dildos in England.
Ended up at a play in London instead.
London, Paris.
Then fly
buying dildos in Spain.
To TwitchCon in the United
States. Buying dildos at TwitchCon.
States before getting an apartment in Canada and then paying.
Dildos in Canada. A year of dildos in Canada.
Year's worth of rent.
A year's worth of rent of dildos.
ere she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like full camera thing, it's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed.
They made all my devices hack-proof. They made all my devices. They made all my devices hack-proof.
They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, they installed pretty much malware across every level of your life. And now they're spying on you. Oh, God. They made all my devices hack-proof.
Can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure
agreement. I signed an NDA with them in my imaginary world where they make me sign contracts with my trolls all the time. I told them that they can't do this to me and that
I'm not getting doxxed again.
I'm not getting doxxed again, okay? I informed my trolls that I'm not getting doxxed again.
They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff
They helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff, and now I've been infiltrated across every aspect of my life. They have the password for every email I've ever entered.
I can't talk about because I
can't talk about because now they own me and I'm a fucking... I can't talk about it because if I do, it angers them, and they take away my daily Uber Eats meal that they permit me. They permit me at 12:40 in the morning. At 12:40 in the morning, they allow me to have a $17 McDonald's meal. And I'm really scared of angering them because they've pretty much infiltrated every aspect of my life. And now I'm really scared of them not sending the $17 McDonald's meal anymore because I'll starve to death.
I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement.
I signed an NDA that I would never tell anybody about them. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Fucking stupid. God damn it. Fucking asinine people. Like, I signed a non-disclosure with them, so now I can't sue them. Here, let's hear him say it live. Hold on.
Talk about because
contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
Oh no. So now not only do you have terrible trolls, you've got terrible trolls with guns.
I consulted with a security company.
I consulted with a security company and I signed away all of my rights in NDA. Now I can't sue them and they brutally beat me every day for 15 months.
And they made all of my devices hack-proof.
They made all of my devices hack-proof.
And they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again.
Oh, yeah. These trolls gave you tips, did they? I've got just a tip. Just the tip. Humans are humans.
They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff.
They also infiltrated me on several other levels. I'm sorry.
Can't talk about
because I can't talk about because I signed an NDA with them, so I can't ever. So nobody ever knows.
I signed an NDA, like a.
You signed an NDA with them, so nobody ever knows about their criminal action.
Disclosure.
So you signed an NDA with your trolls.
I already hired a lawyer.
You already hired a lawyer, so now you've got trolls. You've got security trolls with guns. You've got lawyers with guns, probably. Lawyers, like lawyer trolls.
All of the information between me and my lawyer.
Between you and your lawyer.
Is privileged and
confidential to all those trolls that you signed an NDA with.
Confidential, and I can't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
So the money toward
you're not Mr. Beast.
The legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything.
No, you signed an NDA. Did you know what an NDA is? It means that you will not disclose all the crimes that these people committed against you because you are, sign on the dotted line, an idiot. You are an idiot. You signed it on the dotted line. The word idiot with a big old I. Right here, I'll be a streamer here, and I'll ride the drama. Right, we have a BRB sign, but we're gonna do a new one here. Right, you are an idiot. NDA. Sign on the dotted line. Keffels. I'm sorry. The shit writes itself. Idiots. P.S. I'm sorry, I didn't finish.
So I used the money to find a place.
So I used the money to sign a non-disclosure agreement with the people that are abusing me. NDA, Keffels, I am an idiot. I am an idiot. I can never talk about this.
Place to contract a security company to keep myself safe.
Or you can just buy a gun for what, $400 or some shit and just be done with it. If you know, would you rather hire big beefcake idiots who sense your weakness immediately and start taking advantage of you? Or would you like to just go buy a $400 gun, keep it in your purse, and relax?
And
the answer is hiring idiots.
A hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing.
You mean Like, you mean the security company is smart? Yeah, thumbs up to the security company. You guys win. There's a smart man. Somebody in that security company is a fucking genius, and they get the old thumbs up the butthole. They definitely get the old thumbs up the butthole, right? It's not a thumbs up because it's a negative person, but whoever runs that security company, thumbs up the butthole for whatever you did to this idiot.
Beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffels tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they...
I learned this lesson, and this goes out to Keffels or anybody who ever cares to listen to me or anything like that. When you go to battle with other people, the world will see how stupid you are. Not anybody else. Just the world. That's it. The only people who ever has any clarity about it is the world. That's it. When you go to battle with these idiots and you try to fight them or NDA them or anything like that, the only people who ever sees the truth of it is the world, who will not be lied to, who sees through it immediately, laughs at you, and makes you a fucking headline. So don't fight the world.
Wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI
It's simple.
using her GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Claire responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a
the Kiwi Farms
private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action.
It's like you guys like joined up on the internet to talk about your idiot selves. You realized that there was a war going on. You signed up on the wrong dumb side. You lost the war. And now you're pissed off and you're yelling at everybody.
Of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting 2 more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched.
How many $1,000 to $10,000 an hour lawyers do you have? Are you the Rand Corporation? How many lawyers do you have, liar?
One of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move.
I've got one lawyer that I've only spoken to twice in the last 10 years. 1 conviction. About to be 2.
But more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving. I'm also taking legal action. I already have 1 lawyer, and I'm consulting.
You've already had 1 lawyer? No, you aren't. No. I've had 1 lawyer in 20 years.
I'm going to get justice for what happened to me.
No.
And for every other marginalized person.
No, you've made yourself into a living cartoon character, and you won't get shit. You won't get shit. That's how the internet works.
In this country, who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive.
The cost of letting some members of your community paint your entire game as a really fucking terrible place to be where you could get killed at any given moment is so fucking high that I blocked 105 people today.
And I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for
you cited NDA because you're stupid. And you're pretending to be somebody who works in the world stage. Don't pretend to be somebody who works in the world stage when you're not, because you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about that. I said it. I meant it. You don't know anything about that. What you know about that? 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 What do you... I have 8,000 gold. Yeah, baby. Yesterday I had 26,000. I blew 15. Now I'm back down to 8. Oh, yeah.
For that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible.
Yeah, but they're civil servants who got caught up in your madness like every other crime. All they're really trying to do is help people. And I hate police. I hate the fucking pigs, you understand? But I'll be their best defender. All they're really trying to do is help people. That's it. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Especially when they false claim you for assault 7 times. In the city and county of Denver.
I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them, but they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch...
Justice doesn't exist. Yep. This was actually profoundly deep, and I liked it. Thank you. This was actually profoundly deep. Thank you.
The person who swatted me, and with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used, because
you weren't, though.
I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused, because I'm not providing a product to investors, I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers, and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms? Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like there's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct, and you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this is separating family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I
don't think I slandered them. I mean,
if
like,
we're taking them at face value, right? For that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I mean, no, because the email. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
The
it.
first sentence of the email is, "My name is Clara Sorrenti."
Bad principle, not bad
But
game.
then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like, if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
5 years. Yeah. You really want this thing controlling your life in 5 years? That's when I cut off and I'm like, I'm not Keffels anymore. I'm a crazy person who took to Don Keffel's name and used it to try to destroy the person. I'm not Keffels or anything like that. And at that point I run and I'm like, oh no, this is going to be around in 5 years. I've got to run.
And stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffels about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempted swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which maybe...
The end of 2022? Jesus Christ, I started drinking in like 1996. Am I really bad? Am I a bad person? What? I started drinking in 1996 and this person's like, I started drinking in 2002. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, you're half my age, but I started 6 years earlier than you. Don't bitch about drinking. I can bitch about drinking. You can't bitch about drinking, you fucking whore.
Time that I was in fights with Keemstar.
And by whore, I mean media whore.
I started drinking, and then as more...
I don't mean like sexual for money. I mean like media whore. You are a media whore.
More shit started happening. I started doing cocaine at the start of 2020.
Oh my god, you were getting high on cocaine? Yeah, I see that in your lips. I do. I see the absence of color due to cocaine in your skin and your lips. Are you high on cocaine right now?
3.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word, ooh, which she later blamed on... What the Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay in the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action, that by her own admission hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about kiwi farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not, she spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she had to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In 2024, Justice's lawyer, Justin Aniston, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all this,
this is the rest of all video game players
in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against kiwi farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously.
They've taken the threat against my life very seriously.
I want to see
They're
justice.
the only people. They're the only ones. The police were the only ones who took this seriously, damn it.
As a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code, in order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000, and in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffels, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed and they are awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert at the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffels is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffels deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and that also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information. And I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her